let's see where we were yesterday. And we'll start with a quick assessment, guys. Okay. Oops. Sorry, one moment. There you go. Come back here. Okay, come back here. Okay. Sharing the screen. Say. What is it? Assignment paper answers. Huh? Which one are you referring to, Satish?
2 days back, you have conducted Navin by creating rooms.
Oh, okay. We'll come back to them.
Okay.
So we'll come back to them a little later towards them when we have some time. So don't worry about it. And let's see, who do we have here? Suresh, Shadu, are you there? Suresh, are you there? Oh, COVID test has symptoms, so I went. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's okay. Then well, let's move on to got it, Niharika. Thank you for keeping posted. Let's see, how about Pratyusha? Pratyusha, are you there? And let's see. Pratyusha. Okay, Pratyusha, can you unmute yourself and come online, please?
Yeah, I am. I have already unmuted Naveen.
Oh, okay, one more.
Hey, good morning, Naveen and Lakshmi. This is Savitri here.
Hey, morning.
Arvindan has joined the call because I got a message from Niharika that the batch was facing some issue, using the MySQL thing on the lab. So Arvindan has joined to rectify it. Can we give some time so that he will tell everybody how to access the?
Hey, hi Naveen. Good morning.
Hey, Arvind, how are you? Can you hear me, Arvind? Arvind, can you hear me?
Hi Naveen. Hi everyone. Good morning. So can you just, I got a mail from Niharika saying like the MySQL is not, working, or she was not able to access the MySQL. So big data cluster lab, it's a cluster. So, in the first day of the, training I've explained, right? So it has various components like Kafka, Hive, HBase, Cassandra, MongoDB. So you can work on various big data components, and it includes MySQL and Jupyter Hub as well. So if someone can share the screen and show me where exactly you're not able to find MySQL, I can help you out. Otherwise, if you please share the screen, I'll guide you how to access the MySQL using a command.
MySQL is yeah, the MySQL is okay, but how about the Azure thing? Yesterday, I think it got back to the basic one from standard. Arvind, that is one thing which needs to be taken care of. And yeah, we'll come back here. Let me bring up my screen. One moment here.
Yeah, please.
So we
You
can
can you can go to web shell with the command. Yeah, go back to the Cloud Lab portal and okay, you have this thing. Okay.
you want me to log in here?
Yeah. With the password, and you can key in the command for MySQL. You can key in the command for the MySQL here. MySQL, MySQL space -u space and your username space -p. Big user G is missing, I suppose.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
No space, no password, no space. Mine -p, just the password. You can just type in key in the password.
You mean just type in the password?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I just
share
pause the screen here.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like I'm in, and let me just come up here.
Please.
Okay. Resume. There you go. I'm in. By any chance, do you have PostgreSQL, Arvind?
No, I'm sorry. I mean, MySQL is part of the big data thing, but PostgreSQL doesn't come under the cloud actually. It doesn't fit into the cluster. And as you can see, show databases. Oh, you've seen that. Okay, so databases and everything is there, and you can using it together. Yeah.
Okay, and how about if we are able to give you a backup of a Postgres, would you be able to convert it to MySQL by any chance?
That I need to check with the technical team. So I'm not a technical person. I just know how to log into MySQL. If someone is facing, they can't able to ask access Kafka or Spark. I can give the directory, so that I can do. But this maybe you can send a message to Lakshmi or a mail to me. Probably I will look into it, and if that is doable, I'll definitely look at. I'll do it.
Can you do one more thing also, which might be much more simpler? I need you to give us some kind of a default database of MySQL here, which is populated for every user, so that they can directly play with the SQL queries and things like that. So have any one database populated already for the guys, so that they don't have to populate anything manually.
I need to check that.
Okay.
Databases are there. I need to see like what kind of policies or databases are there that I need to check.
Okay. Yeah. So
All right.
that is one thing. Second one is the Azure, I think, was put back to basic rather than standard, because I think again we are running into similar policy issues. You may want
any particular resource you are mentioning here, like VM or HD Insight or directory?
Yesterday, Niharika was also trying to create the skill set, and again she ran into the same policy issue.
Okay, Niharika, if you have the screenshot of that, so probably any error coming up, the screenshot will help us to fix the issue promptly, and we can go and locate the issue with the help of the screenshot of the error. Otherwise, it will be very tough for us to go and check all the policies. We'll not know which policy need to be enabled. So we are not kind of expert in all the technologies, but if says like this is like few resources and policies will have dependency, right? So we'll not know which policy need to be additionally enabled for the one. So if at all required, I can enable that. Probably, you ask the participant or Niharika to try it out now, or probably today, and send me this screenshot. You can send it to Lakshmi. So immediately I'll fix it one. So enabling the policy hardly takes less than a minute. I'll immediately enable it, and I'll give the confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah, we will do that, Arvind. But a short and sweet, I think you just need to enable the standard one, because that the other person who logged in, he said he would enable the standard, but he would upgrade us to standard rather than basic, is what I recall from our earlier conversation. But as you requested, we'll also send you the same.
Saying for Azure HD Insight, na?
This is for Azure. I mean, we were creating the Azure scale sets, not HD Insight, but overall Azure.
Okay. I wanted to check like what are the policies been enabled. So
Okay.
scale sets, and you see, scale sets we have enabled only basic. So you say you wanted to enable the standard also.
Standard, yeah. The other day, when there was another guy from your team,
Hmm.
he enabled the standard and it worked.
I don't know why it got revoked. If it is enabled, it should be, you know, there should be anything.
That's what even I was surprised.
Got a point. I'll check the one. So once again,
Okay.
we'll just, you know, key in the policy details here.
Sounds good.
Okay, yeah. I'll enable, you know, standard for this one, the scale sets, and I'll confirm you.
Great.
Probably, yeah. But that doesn't affect anything or here. Maybe a premium also we can do. I'll check and I'll let Lakshmi know.
Excellent. Thank you, Arvind.
Yeah. Otherwise, MySQL sorted, so you can ask
Yes.
students to.
Yeah, we're good enough.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Savitri.
Thank you.
Hi,
Everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Savitri.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting in between. Ma'am, I am able to open the Outlook, ma'am, in my laptop. It's showing error.
Okay, you send the screenshot to me. We'll check. Maybe you'll have to raise a ticket on Hub. So connect with me offline, Subbu. Let the session continue, and this issue will tackle separately.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Ma'am. Sorry,
Yeah.
Naveen, for interrupting you.
That's
Okay.
okay. Not a problem.
Thank you, Naveen and Lakshmi, for the time.
Thank you. Take care. Yes, stopping the share and back to Pratyusha. Can you come online for a moment?
Yes, Naveen.
Great. And give me one moment here while I bring up my screen. Sharing the screen again. Let's say share it. I will share this one. There you go. And let's see. Okay, let's see. So, Pratyusha, what do you think is fault tolerance?
What, Naveen?
What is fault tolerance?
Fault tolerance.
Yeah.
It is maybe checking the faults, if any, in the code or program.
Setting the fault. You're able to
Like
see.
if a block fails, then another block is gonna take the data from them and replicate it.
Okay. And let's say, what is the difference between managed table and external table?
Managed table is normally which is present in Hive, and external table is which is loosely coupled with Hive or which is outside of the Hive.
What are the different ways in which you can get into Pig?
Pig local mode and Pig map reduce mode.
Okay.
Pig -x local or Pig.
What is name node?
Name node is a master node. Naveen.
Very good. And let's say, do you remember what is rack awareness?
Yeah, rack awareness is checking if any racks are empty or if how many racks are filled and how many racks are empty.
By any chance, do you remember what is data locality?
Yeah, data locality is moving the code instead of moving the data.
Very good. Thank you, Pratyusha. You can.
Thank you, Naveen.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move to the next one. Lokesh Somana, are you there, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. By any chance, do you remember what is scale-free programming?
Scale-free programming.
Yeah.
It does not contain any scales. Means
Does not contain.
we don't want to write any tables for that.
Okay. Let's see. What is Pig?
Pig is a tool in Hadoop. We can easily reduce we can easily reduce the data. We can easily manipulate and analyze the data by pig. Compare with Hive.
Okay. And let's see. What is a partition?
A partition is different parts, means rows and columns.
What about the partition in Hive? What is special about it?
We can separate it by parts.
Why do we do that?
By understanding the data.
Okay. What does $0 refer to here?
Index 0, it shows the index 0.
Index of what?
Column index.
What is zeros called here?
Variable.
Variable or any specific term in pig we use?
Means attribute.
Pardon me?
Attribute.
Attribute, okay. What does for each records generate do?
For each records will iterate the statement. Loop
Iterate and
is nothing but a loop.
it's a loop, okay. What is generate doing?
It generates 0th index, column index.
Okay. Thank you, Lokesh.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Let's see, Niharika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Let's see, back to, you can come online. And let's see. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me stop this for a moment. And back here. Okay. Share again. Share this one. Okay. Show partitions. Do you remember what does describe table do?
It gives metadata, sir.
What is the difference between describe and describe formatted?
Formatted means it also gives like a name before that. These messages dot users, like user post text means use messages dot users table name with that one, where from where we are copied that one.
Okay. Okay, what is the difference between load data in path and load data local in path?
Local in path means it is load the tables information in HDFS, one thing, and one is on Hive. Local means Hive. Normal is nothing but HDFS, I think.
Okay. What does limit? What does limit mean? Limit 5 means?
Gives first limit up to five rows like that.
Okay. And let's say. Okay. What is records called here?
Name of the table.
Name of the table. What is the table called?
What is that?
It's called a bag or a relation in a ping.
Bag relation. in that big hole.
What do we call letter count? This highlighted one, what do we call this?
Relation.
What do we call the highlighted part of it? Relation is records.
Okay. Bags are arguments and column names.
Okay. Column names and data types are called as?
Schema.
Good. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Niharika.
Thank you, sir.
Rahul K, are you there, buddy?
I mean,
Rahul, okay. Come on. Okay. So let's see. Like here. By any chance, do you remember what is explained here?
it gives the description of the records.
Description of the records.
Description means yeah, what you have done in that.
Okay. What does dump do?
Dump is like a execution, and it gives print. You have to print that to print, so you dump.
What does illustrate do?
Illustrate also same like describe, I think so. It gives the records description.
Okay. What does group by do?
Group by,
Yeah.
it groups the similar data.
Okay. What is count here?
It counts the value.
Okay. Anything else?
It counts the integer values.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. What is the difference between the records in the first one and second one?
In the first one, that is not executable because of hash, and also in first one there is a arguments.
No. What is no? Yeah, assuming it is executable, what is the difference?
Okay. In the first one there is a arguments letter, char array, counting. In second one we only load the data a.txt file.
So when we load the data, what is the difference?
There is nothing difference, I think so, sir.
Okay. Let's say.
Because here use here and edge, so it is alias. So there is nothing difference, I think so.
Okay. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you, Naveen.
Yeah. Let's see next. Sai Srirupa, are you there? Sai Srirupa. Okay, can you show up yourself? I'm not able to hear you. Are you there? Oops. I'm not able to hear you, Srirupa. Are you on mute? Doesn't look like you're on mute. No, I'm not able to hear you, Srirupa. Can you hear me? Can you type in the chat window? I see. How about others, guys? Can you hear Srirupa? Looks like she has unmuted herself, but no. Okay, can you type in the chat window? Why? I mean, any problem at your end, Srirupa? Oh, okay. Then in that case, we'll come back to you later. You try to fix the problem. Okay. You can, yeah, we'll move on here. Let's move to the next one. See, Tanuja, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. And let's see, okay. So what do you think is the difference between these two records, Tanuja?
Yeah, in first record, so we give the schema like column names and the type. In second, we didn't give the schema.
Okay. And let's say, what is this $0 called as?
It is the word. It gives the word type.
It gives the words. Okay. Do you remember what it is called as?
It
Can you
gives
explain?
both index and the words.
Okay. Can you explain what is happening in here?
Yeah, for each records we generate index value and words and display the column and words.
We're displaying the column and the words.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember? Do you know what is dollar?
Index and words. Yeah, Naveen.
What is $1?
$1 means it gives the index value.
Okay. Okay. Explain this one. What is happening here?
Index as X and words as Y. It gives the in X it gives the index values and Y words.
What do you think is X and Y?
X and Y are attributes.
Attributes. Okay. So what is happening in counts here?
It counts the words in the group.
Okay. What do you think is this count here?
It counts the starting from. It counts the words.
Okay. And let's say, what do you think is the function tokenize doing?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tanuja.
Okay.
I will save a few of them for the evening, guys. That should be good for today. And let me stop my screen. So let's switch back to a little bit of action here. See where we are. Back to back, school. Okay, today we'll briefly discuss our workflow. And school. Okay. Okay, bringing up my screen and share the screen. Say, give me one moment here. Okay, yes, sorry about that. So let's see Apache Flow. It is distributed on the Apache license version 2.0. And it is a big data streaming solution, guys. What is big data streaming? We'll try to understand. Okay, so here is an example. Social media has gained immense popularity with marketing teams, and Twitter is an effective tool for a company to get people excited. We come to those later. Pig and Hive is, yeah, completed, Niharika. Okay, we're just, I've introduced some advanced concepts and that should be good enough for you. Okay, so social media has gained immense popularity with marketing teams, and Twitter is an effective tool for a company to get people excited about its products. In other words, short and sweet, we all know about Twitter. You also may be having an idea. Twitter is nothing but, we are tweeting. Tweeting is nothing but small mini blog items, friendly opinions of different kinds of things, whether it is movies, whether it is products, shoes, or whatever it is, guys. Okay. And what are companies doing? Companies are taking these tweets, they're mining the data. That is where, again, the big words, big terms, the buzzwords, machine learning, sentimental analysis, all these things are coming into the picture. They are taking the businesses are taking the textual data, they're analyzing the data and trying to understand the sentiment of the people. Are they liking the movies? Are they liking the products? Are they liking the upgrades and things like that? And that's where a lot of money is, guys, today. So Twitter makes it easy to engage the users and communicate directly with them. And in turn, users can provide word of mouth marketing for companies by discussing the products. Word of mouth is just, your friendly opinions posted on the tweet in the form of tweets and things like that. What happens is this is a continuous stream. Imagine Pratyusha purchased Reebok shoes yesterday. She went ahead and tweeted, hey, I'm liking my Reebok. And let's say Niharika also purchases. She looks at Pratyusha's. Niharika is a friend of Pratyusha. She looks at Pratyusha's tweets, so she's getting inspired, influenced, and she also purchases Reebok. And she's also tweeting, hey, I liked it, or maybe I didn't like it. I did not like this aspect. I did not like that aspect. They might be specific also, just short and sweet messages and things like that. And that data is becoming gold today for the businesses and analytics startups and things like that. So what is this? It can happen on a daily basis. It can happen at a second by second basis, minute by minute basis, or hourly basis. What is that? That is streaming data. Streaming data is data coming in periodically. And what is that? That is a stream of data is what it is. Okay, as you imagine, the water is coming from a tap. What's happening? A little bit of water is coming down continuously. So what is that? That's streams of water. So given limited resources and knowing we may not be able to talk to everyone, we want to target directly marketing departments. We want to target directly. Marketing departments can be more efficient by being selective about whom we reach out to. So in other words, imagine Pratyusha purchased Reebok shoes. Generally, all the people who purchase Reebok shoes, maybe they are liking Nike socks. So what do we do? Well, here is Nike marketing team. They are looking at the tweet of Pratyusha where she tweeted saying that, hey, she purchased Reebok shoes. So now, instead of the Nike team looking everywhere and selling, advertising Nike to everybody in the world to buy Nike socks with Reebok shoes, that's a good combination. What they will do is they will just target Pratyusha and say, Pratyusha, we have a special deal for you. We're giving 50% discount on Nike socks. She bought shoes and now she's getting a discount on socks. What is that? That is direct marketing, targeted marketing. That is what the marketing teams are doing. They're trying to understand what your position is, what you are you liking, are you not liking? That could be a product, that could be a movie. And overall, they're trying to understand what are the good things about their product, what are the bad things, what can they improve and things like that. So streams of these messages are coming. That is nothing but the tweets. That is nothing but streaming. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. So there is time. The 100 most influential people in the world. And at any point of time, if we want to understand who is the most influential people in the world in a particular year, what Time Magazine is doing is they are on a daily basis collecting the data, right from January 1st, 2021 till December 31st, 2021. They're taking all the tweets. Imagine they're taking all that could be tweets, that could be other social networking sites and things like that. They're gathering the data on a daily basis. So on a daily basis, they get the data, they save it to one folder, one file in the form of partitions in the world of big data in the Hadoop Hive, using Hadoop and Hive techniques. And what do? Well, we can analyze the data. But how do you get the data? The process of getting the data in the form of streaming is where the Flume is coming in. Flume is acting like a bridge between the external world and the Hadoop world, is what it is, guys. Okay, so what does it do? We need to work with big data, because if you take 1 year's data, 1 year's data is really small amounts of data in the world of big data world. Big data, as the name suggests, it is huge volumes of data. We take multiple years of data, and generally that ends up in being multiple terabytes. So in Flume, generally, we try to get the data, or more precisely, the Twitter data is coming in the form of JSON data. That is nothing but JavaScript object notation. We will see that. System should be able to fetch data from Twitter. So somehow we want to access websites like Twitter. We want to get the tweets as in when they're tweeted. What do? That's where Flume comes to a rescue. It is capable of connecting to Twitter, and it's a tool of Hadoop, which will get the data. We need to open an account in Twitter, and once we give the credentials, username, password to Flume, it will connect to the Twitter programmatically, and then it will try to fetch all the new tweets that you are interested in. Maybe Harsha, as a marketing person, is interested in only in the Reebok tweets related to Reebok. Pravalika is only interested in maybe movies. She wants to understand if Bahubali is a good movie or not. She wants to analyze the sentiment. What do? She's only looking for the tweets related to the movies and the Bahubali. So what do? Once we get the data, we analyze the data. That's where the Hive, the pig come in. And then later the big things, the buzzwords, the machine learning, and then the deep learning things come into the picture, guys. Okay. So here is Flume. Flume is like a bridge between the HDFS, which is nothing but our big data framework, with the external world. That could be Twitter, that could be Facebook, that could be any other thing, and so on. It is acting like a bridge between the big data and the external world. Is a short and a sweet thing. And then so what is Flume doing? Flume is transferring the data. That is called ingesting the data, storing the data into HDFS. Once the data is stored, so one way of storing the data is the simple put commands, Hadoop FS put and copy from local and things like that. That is one way of loading the data. The second way of loading the data is Flume. When we use put, we already have the data ready. Flume is something which is continuously getting, that is what is called streaming. Everybody with me, guys, quick yes, please. Okay, so then comes Hive. Once the data is stored, you can use Hive Pig or Python to analyze the data and things like that, guys. Okay, ideally, Flume will have its own environment, and the settings, the username, the passwords, all those things are given there. This is how the Flume configuration file looks like. This is where the username, the consumer key, secret, these are all the things which we get generally when we open an account in the Twitter. And here is sink and source. Source is going to be the Twitter. The sink is going to be the HDFS. So source is on the top, sink is below. Water flows from top to bottom. So from Twitter, which is a tab where the streams of tweets are coming in, we are capturing them and saving in our bucket or sink called HDFS. So these are the different settings that we use in a configuration file. Ideally, we have to open an account in Twitter. And here is the consumer key and secret key, authorization URL. Then it will allow us to create an access token. And as simple as that, guys. These are the things which are going in the configurations here. The consumer key, consumer access token, and things like that. And it is slightly restricted. We may not be able to. If our application is accessing too frequently, or they suspect something is going, then they may terminate our account and we need to generate new access tokens and things like that. So these are some of the Hadoop commands. Hadoop FS, we create a directory, we're changing the ownership and changing the permissions here. This is how Flume is something which we need to run manually. So there is Flume, NG agent, next generation agent, Twitter agent. Today, there are a lot of alternative solutions for Flume. And what this will do is when we give this command, it will connect to Twitter and it will start accumulating the data into HDFS is what will happen, guys. Okay. So once these are the different directories where we are again giving the permissions and things like that. And once the data is stored in HDFS, what do we do? Using table create external table. So if you recall, external table is something which is generally outside the Hive warehouse. By default, user Hive warehouse is where Hive is storing all its tables, and all the tables are nothing but the folders and the files. But when you say external, what Hive is doing is it is outside this directory user Hive warehouse. And what is happening is you don't really need to load the data. The tools such as Flume will get the data and save it, and we create the table in Hive. This is an example of a JSON because the Flume gets the JSON data, JSON survey, and there is ID and things like that. And then what do we do? Then we will write the SQL commands. You are taking the sum of the tweets. How many tweets? What is the count of tweet count? How many tweets have come? And what is the maximum retweet? So if somebody, Harshita tweeted something and Niharika likes it, she may retweet it. She's rebroadcasting to her followers. Each person will have many followers. So if you retweet, what that means is that message is spreading to many people. And if Harshita purchased Reebok and Niharika is retweeting it, and through them it is many people, many other followers are coming to know, the marketing department will be very happy that you are indirectly marketing for them. So what they'll do, they will contact you and say, hey, it looks like through you, it's getting a lot of people are coming to know, and they might start giving you some special offers and things like that. So people like Niharika and Harshita will be referred as social influencers. They are influencing many people through their messages and things like that. So what do we do? This is an example of an SQL statement. Like this, the same SQL statement you can write in Pig. If you were to write in Pig, it will be multiple statements, and we will have to write multiple steps. Sometimes people are comfortable with SQL. Some people are more comfortable with the Pig. So we just need to be ready, and we will. So what we are doing is we are analyzing the data. As simple as that, guys. That is what is Flow. Oops. Okay, guys, just a quick and a brief introduction. We'll not go into the details. That should be good enough. And we'll move into the next one, guys. Okay. So let's see where we are. Oops, where is this? Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay. Back to Azure, guys. Sharing the screen. And here I think, okay, let's start with this one. So we started discussing about the cloud computing, guys. And what is the main advantage of cloud computing, guys? Anybody? Can you please type in your answers? What is the main advantage of cloud computing? Good. No need of infrastructure. So remember, if you're setting up a coffee shop, you don't need to build or set up an electricity department or a water department. You're just going to run them. As a coffee shop owner, you will focus on making coffee and selling the coffee. You don't focus. The rest of them, you don't build the building or the floor, and the infrastructure is what it is. And let's say one of the main advantages, we save money, all the investment costs. What is all the investment costs also referred as, guys? What is investment cost referred as? Capital expenses. And what is the rental monthly expenses referred as? It is the operational expenses, operative expenses. Okay. And slightly from a technical standpoint, we are able to build our applications online. We don't need any infrastructure. We don't need to buy any software. We don't need to buy any hardware and many other infrastructural components, guys. Okay. So these are all the things, all these things we need not do. We save a lot of money. And we are working with the servers. So all the server costs are getting saved. We are working on the servers on the cloud. So that is what is a virtual server. Server is on the cloud, not a physical server is what it is. We don't need to make the initial investment, guys. Okay. By any chance, do you remember what is the region, guys? What do you think is the region? Anybody? It's a simple answer, but a confusing question. Group of data centers. Good one there. Okay. A region is where you have a group of data centers. A group of regions is nothing but the cloud computing. You can also say a group of data centers is also a cloud computing model. Okay. What do you think is load balancing, guys? Tough question. Let's see. It's controlling the traffic. Okay. It is balancing the traffic, distributing the load equally. Very good. What is a virtual machine? What is a scale set, guys? What is a scale set? In other words, by any chance, do you recall what is the difference between load balancer and a scale set? We don't need to make any scale set. Scales on demand, very good. In other words, imagine a coffee shop. What's happening in a coffee shop is load balancing is imagine there are two counters. At each counter we have our employee working. They are collecting the money. Some people want coffee, some people want tea, some people want cappuccino. So there is, before our customers go into the counter and pay the money, imagine there is a reception. He's asking him, hey, what do you want? Let's say Vinay wants coffee. So the reception is sending him to counter 1. Next, Gangaram comes in and he says he also wants coffee. So now we have two counters. So the reception is going to send Gangaram to another counter. What is he doing? He's balancing. Whether it is 2, whether it is 100,000 or 10,000, he's balancing. He's of course controlling the traffic, but more precisely is balancing the traffic. Virtual machine scale set is, in a day, let's say in an hour, our threshold is 70 or 100. If we have anywhere greater than 70 customers coming into our coffee store per hour, because we're doing good job, people are liking the coffee and things like that. What's happening is we're immediately, in a matter of a few seconds, setting up another coffee room or maybe a coffee shop adjacent to ours. That is called scaling. We're setting up a whole new coffee setup by the side because the number of customers are increasing based on a threshold we are setting up. Everybody recall that, guys? Quick yes, please. What do you think is disaster recovery, guys? Can you take a guess? What is disaster recovery? Disaster recovery is like, let's say there's a huge flood, some major disaster happening, and we are unable to access anything. That's a disaster. In such a case, what do we do? Well, all our servers, all our data centers might get into trouble. The advantage is if they're on the cloud, we don't need to worry about that. Our data is not lost, our servers are not at risk and things like that. All the backup and the recovery services are taken care of by the cloud. Okay. Okay. Can anybody describe me what is public cloud? Anyone can access. Okay, okay. Using web browsers, okay. It's like a government. Okay. More precisely, we are a coffee shop in a mall. In the first floor, there are a lot of food stalls, food shops. There's a McDonald's, there's a Burger King, there's a Starbucks, there is an Indian restaurant. And what do we have? They have all rented a single floor. Each food shop is like an application. And what is happening? The complete first floor or maybe the top floor is a single server where multiple applications are there. Everything is being shared. That is public, it is being shared. Private is where we are saying there is a section of the mall or maybe the floor where we are saying, I only want this for myself. I don't want to share it with others. It is also on the cloud, but it is private. Is a friendly mantra, guys. Hybrid is a mix of both of them, is what it is. So again, let's see, public cloud. My Azure, Amazon, all these guys are cloud service providers, guys. So physical infrastructure is managed by Microsoft. Various services, lower costs, similar things that we just discussed, and high availability and reliability. What do you think is high availability, guys? What does high availability mean? Okay, availability means, imagine in our, from any location, okay. Now let's say we did not have the cloud. In our company, we have set up our own servers and things like that, and suddenly there's a power cut. What do? Well, we didn't have a generator, so the data is not available. What is that? That is about availability. If the servers will go down, if there is no power. So what do? Your data is not available. That is, so in other words, if it is there on the cloud, they are taking care of the cloud service providers taking care of the availability. They are reliable. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay, so in a private cloud, the infrastructure is managed by our company. In a public cloud, it's like a mall where we set up a coffee shop by the side in the middle of a McDonald's and a Burger King. And what did we do? Well, we rented everything, the infrastructure we rented. In a private cloud, we are saying, okay, in my space, the infrastructure, I will put it. What is the infrastructure? The servers, we will take care of that. We want to own our own infrastructure. We don't want your infrastructure. We want to redecorate the chairs and reposition the chairs and the settings and things like that. That is private cloud. So we are taking care of the infrastructure. Then we have hybrid, which is a mix of both of them. We want a few of them, but we'll make our own changes and we'll also put our own thing. So as a result of that, there are some additional costs because we are putting our own servers, our own infrastructure, doing our own decorations and things like that. Okay. Then infrastructure as a service, let's see. Again, we don't need to manage the infrastructure. All the infrastructure will be managed by them. So we're able to get all the hardware, but the software and things like that we will need to install. And no capital expenditures, no initial investment, reduces the expenses. You focus on the software part of it. They are giving you the hardware part of it. That's infrastructure. Platform, they're also giving you the software where you can develop. You can do some development. Not only the infrastructure, but the platform. The platform is the software. For example, database, you write your own queries, you customize your queries and things like that. That is an example of platform as service. Okay. And SQL, so again, SQL database, we'll talk about it. and high availability, automated backups. These are applicable for every service. High availability, reliability, backup, disaster recovery are applicable for everything, guys. Software is, we're just using their program. Everything is set up, even the program, the software is set up, you don't modify. You don't write your own queries, but you just use it as it is. You're just using the software as it is. If you're making some modifications to the software, that is platform as service, is a short way to remember. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. What is the difference between virtual machine and physical server, guys? Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's see where we are. Okay, so virtual machine, it is nothing but a machine inside a machine. It looks like a machine, but it is really inside a machine. And what are we doing as a physical server is a physical machine. Inside that we can have multiple machines. That's why we're calling that as a virtual machine. What is the advantage of virtual machine, guys? Can anybody recall? Okay, in one machine, in one server, we can have multiple virtual machines. The advantage is we will save the costs. Instead of buying multiple servers, we can save the cost by having multiple virtual machines is one of the main advantages, okay? And by any chance, do you remember what is the difference between a web server and a database server, guys? By any chance, do any of you have okay, web server is where we put the web application code. Database is where we have the database. Generally, it is separated into separate servers for performance reasons, for many other architectural reasons and things like that, guys, okay? So there it is. And what is happening as well, this is all the expenditure. All these things is referred as capital expenditure. And what do? We are saving this one. Operating expenditure is the only things that we are incurring, that our company is incurring, that we pay on a monthly basis. That is called operating expenditure, guys, okay? Software program designed to handle web requests. Okay, it is a much more bigger software program, but that's a good answer. And let's say terminate the request. You can terminate the resources when you don't require them. So if we are making, if we are buying everything on our own, then we generally don't terminate. We keep them running, and as a result, they are running. We will end up paying more. Whereas here in a cloud model, we pay only for what you use. If you have the electricity running only for 1 hour, then you will only pay for 1 hour, not for 24 hours a day. That is pay for what you use, guys, okay? Shared responsibilities, again, we are sharing with the building owner some of the infrastructure, some of the amenities that is giving. That is called the shared model, as simple as that. Okay, then let's say a little bit again, or that could be physical resources, cooling and security and things like that. Then regions are nothing but a region is where we will have a group of data centers, and a data center is a group of clusters. Clusters is a group of racks. Rack is a group of servers, if you recall, guys. As simple as that. There is a data center. Group of data centers are there in region. They are connected via low latency links. What do you think is a low latency link mean, guys? What is low latency mean? Less delay. Latency means delay. Less delay, is that good or bad, Pravalika? Why is it good? We can access the data faster. In other words, the performance will be faster. As simple as that. Okay. And availability zone. Okay, so a region can have multiple availability zones. They are separate locations in a region, and each zone will have multiple data centers. The same thing. We run very important applications, mission critical applications. So then we looked at the regions, and then these are the different regions. We spend some time. Free account, basic account. This is what the products we get. Okay, then we have seen how to create a virtual machine. Then we've also created Azure. We were trying to create an Azure skill set, guys. Okay, next is we looked at virtual networks. How do we define a network, guys? How do we define a network? A network is nothing but a group of computers. Computers can be in a single room, or computers can be in multiple rooms or multiple floors. As simple as that. Okay. And in our own network, each computer will get its own IP address. As simple as that. What is a subnet, guys? It is good. More simple answer, it's a part of network. Network is for the complete building. In the building, there are a lot of rooms. For each room, maybe for some separate rooms, we're creating a separate network. We want them to separate them. All the HR department, let's say, marketing department, we want to create separate subnets. They're like acting like separate rooms. So that is a group of separate subnetworks. It is part of a network is what it is. And set up the virtual machines. Okay. What is the difference between private IP and public IP, guys? Simple answer. Very good. Private IP is within the building, within the Azure cloud. Within the cloud, we use private IP address. Public IP is for communicating with the external world on the internet and things like that. Private IP communications will be much more faster compared to the public IP. So within the Azure cloud, or within the cloud, what do? They use the private IP address to communicate with each other. And now, what is this one? Imagine what we have is we have two buildings, and let's say we want to share some of the resources. What can we do? That is called virtual network peering. It is allowing us to communicate with another network. Two networks are communicating with each other. That is, we will talk about that again in detail. That is network peering. So next one, virtual machine. Again, we discussed, it is nothing but a network will have subnet. A subnet can have multiple computers, or a computer can have multiple virtual machines, guys. Okay. And what is a network interface card, guys? The hint is on the screen. Network interface card, when we are creating a virtual machine on the cloud, a network NIC card is getting associated with a virtual machine, that is making it look like a computer. Okay, that is the one which will have an IP address, the public and a private IP address, guys. Okay, and disks, again, disk is nothing but hard drive. We can associate one hard drive, one disk, or multiple disks to our virtual machines. And let's see what else we have. We can also stop, we can also monitor. We'll talk about them in detail, but this is a quick introduction. What do you think is a network security group, guys? How do you define a network security group? It is nothing but it is a group of rules. A group of rules which is allowing you to access a virtual machine, a server, and things like that. We're defining the inbound ports and the outbound ports. That is something I will ask you to manually remember. A few things I will force you to remember. What is the meaning of a dedicated host, guys? What is the difference between a dedicated host and maybe other things that we're discussing? A dedicated host is where we are saying, if we come back to the example of mall, we want the complete floor to ourselves. That needs to be dedicated. We don't want anybody here. Let's say on the top floor, there are all food stores, food shops. Then in the let's say that is the 5th floor. In the 4th floor, that is completely for our IT company. We will not have any people who are going to the McDonald's or maybe the Starbucks walking through this floor. Only the IT companies will be here. That is dedicated to us. That's like a dedicated server, dedicated physical server. And it's up to you what you want to do. Generally, we don't directly create them. They're expensive. They're far more expensive because in the cloud, generally everything is shared. Whereas in a dedicated scenario, we are asking the complete server for ourselves, so the cost will be high. Everybody with me, guys? Quickest please. So back to security groups again. What is happening? When we create a virtual machine, a card is getting assigned. That will have private and public IP. And using the public IP, we are allowing the rule to. We are giving the rule to allow to connect. Here. So security group is acting like a group of rules, is what you can say. We either allow, we either deny. This one, and let's say come back here. Okay, scale sets we did discuss, guys. What happens? Well, there is web application, it is deployed. Web application running in a virtual machine. What is scale set? Scale set is nothing but it is we have one VM. If the load is suddenly increasing, in other words, a lot of customers are hitting our website. What is it doing? It is automatically creating more coffee shops. So think of each VM as one coffee shop, a room for a coffee shop. It's giving us another room, second room, third room, and it's automatically setting up, deploying all the code and things like that there. That is scale set. Cool. And what happens suddenly if the demand goes down, it is automatically closing down 2 coffee shops right away. So that is elasticity. That is allowing us to scale. Scaling out is what it is. And let's say, so that is scale set, guys. Then again, back to load balancing. So what do we have? Load balancer. Okay. What do we have? 2 VMs. Customers are coming. Azure load balancer is between. So this is like the reception between the 2 counters. What's happening? As the customers come in, they don't directly go to the counter. They come to the reception. The reception is balancing. Go to counter 1, counter 2. He's not overloading one counter. All the requests are being balanced. Okay, everybody with me? Quickest please. Okay, so so again we have an internal and external load balancer. Internal load balancer is external is something for the customers who are coming from outside. Public load balancer. The internal one is between the web server and the database server. If we want, we can also create that. That is probably generally for very, very large enterprises with very, in other words, that's a slightly rare scenario. I think so, guys. We generally don't have to go that far. So that is load balancing. Health probe. What do you think is health probe, guys? What happens in health probe? You're just checking the health. It's like the heartbeat in the world of Hadoop and big data. The load balancer is checking if the virtual machines where our application is deployed, they are alive or not. Periodically, it is checking the health of it. That is why it is called health probe, so that it can redirect the request. That is also an additional thing that it is taking care of for us. Okay. Then comes the gateway. There's a subtle difference between the gateway and the load balancer. What do you think is the difference, guys? It is rerouting the URL as a, so it is not about balancing. All the video requests, all the requests which are about a video are being routed to one virtual machine. All the requests about the audio are being rerouted to another virtual machine. Load balancing is something which can happen here. This can be load balanced further. This can be load balanced further. This is what it is. So this is if so here is a reception. Before this reception is another receptionist. And this reception is saying, do you want coffee? Go here. Once you want coffee, he's balancing. This guy wants tea, so you go to this this counter. That is what is URL application gateway. It can also, okay. Then we discussed about the what do we store in blobs, guys? In blob storage, what do we store? Still thinking? You store unstructured data. Videos, images, binary data, log files, and things like that. What do we store in file storage, guys? They're also unstructured data, but only the files and things like that. It's like a, what is that? The files, network server. So what is the difference between hot and cold tier, guys? What is the mantra of hot tier and cold tier? Cool tier? Okay, for the sake of simplicity, the last 1 week's emails, or maybe today's and yesterday's emails are hot tier. The last 1 week to 1 month is cool tier. Before 1 month to previous years is archive tier. We rarely access maybe before 1 month. We are constantly accessing today, yesterday, or maybe 2 or 3 days, or maybe this week. That is a hot tier. Cool tier is last 1 month. Okay. Then let's see the file storage. We just save the files. Then the queue storage, we are storing the queues and things like that. And then I think we have the table storage also. And let's see, what is this one? Okay. Regions, region pairs. Okay. So let's continue from region pairs and see what we have, guys. Concept of region pairs. A region itself consists of data centers. So region is a group of, more precisely, region is a group of availability zones. Availability zone is a group of data centers, but for sake of simplicity, we'll say a region consists of data centers. These data centers are connected by a low latency network, which means fast performance, low delay. They're using some very high, what is that, guys? Fiber network, fiber optics networks and things like that, so that we get the connection very fast and things like that. An Azure geography is an area of the world that contains at least one zone region. Okay, so in other words, now slightly at a region, we are saying a geography can contain one region or more regions. A region pair consists of two regions within the same geography. So let's say geography. Okay, let's complete this. We'll come back to the example. A region pair means, as the name suggests, it's a pair, a husband and a wife. Okay, they're like a mother and a father. If you ask your mom, she doesn't give you, you go to the dad. If you ask your dad, he doesn't give you something, you go to your mom. They're acting like a pair. And what are we asking? We are asking some data. We could be asking data, or we could be asking any other kind of service. if a particular, we are not able to get something from one data center and or let's say the data center is down, we are immediately being redirected to its pair. It is independent. They're in the same geography. So let's say Hyderabad is one geography, Mumbai is one geography, Delhi is one geography. We maintain, Amazon set up a data center here at Hyderabad. What are they doing within Hyderabad? They're setting up an exact replica in Secunderabad. So they're acting like husband and wife. If for some reason Hyderabad is down, immediately, rather than going to Mumbai, they're getting the data from Secunderabad because it is much more closer, the performance is faster. Together, they're referred as a region pair. They're in the same geography, which is Hyderabad. If there are any platform updates, so if they added a new update or a new program from Windows 10, they promoted, they upgraded to Windows 11 in Hyderabad, they will generally upgrade the Secunderabad also to 11 to keep them in the sync. Some of the Azure services make use of, so these are applicable for some services. We don't decide. That is already decided by the Microsoft based on their budget, based on their availability of different resources and things like that. So last 2 points is just a FII, but more precisely, region pair means we're exactly maintaining a similar data center in a particular region close to it so that we get a higher low latency and a higher performance and things like that. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so next is virtual private network gateway. This is used to connect your on-premise network to an Azure network. On-premise network is your office. It is somewhere in Hyderabad, and Azure networks are all over the world. So what we want to do is we want to connect these two because we want to use some of the data in on-premise in our company, or maybe there is some delay happening in us migrating to the cloud. That's why we want both of them. So what do? That's where the private network gateway. Private network gateway means it's just private for our company and the Azure cloud. The gateway, the gateway is like a door which is only allowing traffic from our company. Only the IT company, employees of the IT company can go through the door to the cloud. And it is encrypted, it is safe and encrypted. So this is on-premise network, which is like our company. This is the Azure cloud. What are we doing? There is the gateway. Gateway is allowing the traffic between the Azure cloud and only our company. Nobody else can go through this door. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. So this is used to connect workstations to Azure virtual network, which means if you want, you can only connect one computer or workstation to the cloud, or you can connect the entire company. If you're connecting only one or maybe a few of them, that is called point to site. Site is your Azure, point is your workstation. So VPN client is again a software which is installed. These certificates, all these are generally installed by the admins at that point of time. That is possible. Point to site means from one workstation to the cloud. And if you want to connect the entire company, that is called site to site. The entire on-premise and entire company is connected to the cloud. Again, it is encrypted. Your on-premise network should have an IP address. Okay, that is routable over the internet. So again, a VPN device is used for that, which will allow only specific traffic to be routed in a secure way and things like that. But that is site to site. Point to site is from workstation to cloud. Site to site is the entire company to the cloud. So next comes the virtual network peering. So here is what is happening, guys. Traditionally, what happens is we may have a staging and a production. Staging, oh, sorry, one moment. Okay, let's take a short, maybe 10-minute break and regroup, guys. 12:25, roughly, 12:35, let's come back and continue. Everybody okay? Okay, thank you, sorry about that. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, let's continue this. Okay, so let's see what is network peering. Network peering is when we have two Azure networks, we want to communicate between two Azure networks. That's what network peering is, guys. Peering means you're peering with somebody. Peering is, just giving a company and things like company, just becoming a friend and things like that. So peers, two colleagues are peers generally. They work with each other, they talk to each other, communicate with each other and things like that. So traditionally what happens is there's a staging environment and a production environment in two different networks. Staging is, you may want to think it is also like a testing environment. So it's on a different network and the production environment is totally on a different environment. And what we would like to do is we would like to communicate. So what can we do? We can use public IP address, but public IP address is through the internet. A better thing is to communicate via the private IP address. It is much more faster. When we enable the virtual network peering between virtual networks, the traffic flows between the virtual machines located in the virtual network via the Microsoft backbone infrastructure. So in other words, more precisely, the private IP address is used, and as a result of that, the communication is happening on the Microsoft infrastructure, the backbone infrastructure. So as a result of that, it is much more faster. It doesn't have to go through the public route. It's like, if in a mall, there is a door where the public is coming and the IT employees are also coming. What is that? That's a lot of traffic. But if there's a door which is only allowing the traffic of the IT employees, then the traffic is less and it is much more faster. It's also a security benefit, wherein the traffic does not flow via the internet. So, on the internet, anybody can access that and things like that. You get a low latency, low delay, high bandwidth. That is because it's on the Microsoft backbone. In other words, in the Microsoft cloud, they are managing it. You can connect via virtual networks, which are either located in the same region. Sometimes within the same region, you can also connect, or you can also connect across multiple regions also. Across the regions also is what it is, guys. So everywhere. So in other words, network peering, that is what you need to be familiar. Network peering means we are making two networks communicate with each other. It is possible. That is what this is about, guys. All right. Then again, along the same lines comes an express route service. This service allows you to extend a company's on-premise network to the Microsoft cloud using a private connection that is provided by a connectivity provider. In other words, we just discussed something called virtual network gateway, VPN, virtual VPN network gateway. Virtual private network gateway is what we discussed, something along those lines. We have an on-premise network. On-premise network is our company and its network. And what we want to do is we want to extend it to the Microsoft cloud using a private connection. Again, this is another way of accomplishing the same way where we are extending our network in the cloud. We are setting up our company in the cloud. We want so in other words, we have a company and we want to expand it. When you want to expand it, the remaining part of the expansion will be in the cloud. So now what is happening? Again, our company's network we are using, and also the cloud network we are using for anything expansion. And what is happening is we are using a private connection. A private connection is like a private door. Nobody else will go through that door. The connection allows you to connect to the Microsoft services such as Azure, Office 365. In other words, Azure services are other programs and things like that which are offered by Azure or Microsoft, to be more precise. We can make use of their programs in a private way, we don't need to share with anybody outside us. This connectivity can be from any network to network, point to point, or through a virtual cross connection. Again, you can go from network to network, or maybe a workstation to network, or across the regions and things like that also. The connection uses layer 3 routing. Here BGP is used to exchange. Okay, even I have to look up what is BGP, but in other words, more precisely, express route is another way of connecting our on-premise, our company to the Azure cloud is what it is. So the one on the left-hand side is the customer's network, that is our company's network. We're connecting to the Azure network and we're able to use all the services, all the programs and things like that. And what is that? That is what is expressed out. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so regions we discussed, we have a free account through our portal, through our labs portal. We don't even need to open a free account. It's already given to us. Azure portal, portal.azure.com is generally what we use. Resources and resource groups. Resource is individual. Resource groups is a group of resources and we set up rules. Network service group, group of resources is nothing but resource groups. An Azure virtual network, that is nothing but our group of resources on Azure cloud is what is a virtual network, Azure virtual network. Instead of setting up in our own company, we're setting it up completely in the cloud because cloud is offering many benefits. Okay, virtual machines we have discussed, security groups, group of rules, scale cells, load balancers, storage accounts we have discussed. Everybody with me so far? Quick yes, please. Okay, it'll be slightly heavy on theory today. So we also need to understand what is web apps, functions, logic apps, Cosmos DB, a big one, SQL database, data warehouse, content delivery networks, Azure management tools, IoTs, big data, machine learning tools, and so on, guys. So let's see what is a web app. A web app is nothing but a web application. It is a platform as a service. Azure web app is a platform as a service on the cloud. It is a service for hosting web applications. You can put one web application or you can put multiple web applications. You can make changes. If you're making changes, you're customizing. If you're customizing, that's a platform as a service. And you're not using it as it is. It is also allowing you to customize your web applications. That's why it's referred as a platform. It's like they're giving a platform to customize our web application. It is used to remove the burden of managing the underlying infrastructure for web applications. So one of the main advantages right from the beginning we have been discussing is we don't worry about the infrastructure. The cloud is giving us. Okay, so here is a web application. Web application is maybe your .NET or Java application that you're building or creating in your company. What do? We are ideally creating a virtual machine. We put the web application. We upload the web application to the virtual machine and it is running. What happens on day one? Maybe a small set of users are using, but what is happening is if we were to do this in our company, what do? Set up the machine, set up the server, deploy the application, install the securities, and you have to constantly keep updating it, taking care of the updates and things like that. What do? That's where the Azure App Service comes. What does it do? You only take care of your application. The machine is given to you, the web server, all these things are automatically handled. The infrastructure is handled by the Azure App Service. App Service is where you can have a single web application or you can also have multiple web applications. Everybody with me, guys. The App Service is nothing but it's a service provided by the cloud. And you can have single virtual machine, you can also have multiple virtual machines. And on top of it, the scaling is automatically provided. The load the scaling is provided. Oops, pardon me. So what is this? The load balancing can also be done on these virtual machines is what we just discussed. We can write our web applications in .NET, Java, Python, whatever it is. We can use Windows or Linux machines. DevOps, we're here to talk about this. It's referred as continuous deployment. Blue-green deployments, more of a Microsoft the way of deploying it. We don't have to know much about it. We can authenticate with external providers, Azure AD, Facebook, and Google. So these days, if you access any website, they'll ask you to open an account. They will also give you the Google, the other Yahoo and things like that, where they say, if you select on Google, you can use your Gmail. You don't have to sign up again with username and password. They are providing the authentication. They're using the authentication of the Google. Everybody catch that, guys. That is an external provider, external authentication provider. They are catching it, guys. Many times when you go to different kinds of websites and things like that, they will ask you to, if you're not a user, you can register your own user, or you can use your Gmail, where they'll give you Google, Facebook, and you can use their authentication to log into these specific websites and things like that. Do you understand what I'm saying, guys? Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay. So those are some of the features. Then comes a slightly deeper one, Windows Virtual Desktop. Key terms. So in other words, it's a Windows desktop. What does that mean? Well, you join a company instead of maintaining your own computer. In your company, what you can do is, what Tech Mahindra can do is, they can give you a laptop. Using the laptop, you can connect to another computer. It's nothing but connecting to another virtual machine and things like that on the cloud. But that is, you use that one on the cloud, because if this laptop something goes wrong in this laptop, maybe you might be in issues, so you don't want to do any heavy processing. So that's why you're given a Windows Virtual Desktop. This is a desktop and application virtualization service that runs on the cloud. So it is acting like your Windows desktop. You can have a group of programs on your desktop, and that could be configured again by the administrators based on the rules, what programs are allowed, what programs are not allowed, and things like that. You can set up a multi-session Windows 10. In other words, you can use Windows 10. You can also use the Office 365 apps. You can also use the multiple programs from Windows 10, Windows Server, Windows 7 as a group of programs in that desktop, is what it means, guys. That is Windows Virtual Desktop. And a few terms in Windows Virtual Desktop is host pool. This is a collection of Azure, a group of virtual machines generally reserved and put on the reserve, so that in case we need, we can use them for a faster access and a performance. It's nothing but a group of virtual machines. These machines register to Windows Virtual Desktop on session host. So behind the scenes, what is happening is, for every Azure virtual machine or the physical server, for a group of virtual machines or server, there are some licensing costs involved. That is what is happening. That's why they have grouped it like this, the host pool. So they say it's a Windows Virtual Desktop based on the programs that we are setting up, we are creating and giving access to. The licensing costs are incurred by the company, and the company will be paying it. But for us at a slightly high level, we are calling that as a Windows Virtual Desktop. That desktop not only contains programs from our, oops, who's this? Harshita. Turn on the video. Okay. Okay, so the Windows Virtual Desktop has programs from your computer, from server programs and other things. That is what is special about it. App groups is a logical grouping of applications. So this app group, this is the group of applications which can be coming from multiple things and so on. Remote app. Here the users access the remote apps that are selected individually. These are then published to the app group. So these are set of high-end server apps and things like that, where you don't need a desktop, you want to directly get into these things and do some scripting or programming and things like that. Whereas if it's much more at a slightly high level, a business user, you can give them the complete desktop and they will access the complete desktop. So just have an idea about that. And workspaces, this is for a group of people. All the developers will have a group of applications which are created. These are the only things they can access, and that is called a workspace. Each application group must be associated with a workspace. So all the .NET guys, all the Java guys, maybe all the Python guys, a group of applications are created by the admins with all the roles, access, and things like that. That is referred as a workspace. End user is nothing but anybody who's using these things as an end user, is what it is. So that is Windows desktop, guys. Okay, so just a high level, we don't need to worry much about that. It is nothing but a computer on the cloud, is what it is, short and sweet. Now we're going to increase the complexity. Azure Databricks. So what is Azure Databricks? It is a big data solution. It is like Hadoop. Spark is nothing but a faster Hadoop, is what it is, guys. Okay, it is nothing but an analytics platform. Hadoop is used both for big data storage and processing, but in the big data processing, the MapReduce is complex, MapReduce is slower. The Spark is something which is faster MapReduce. Okay, so this is, we use Spark for analyzing, just like we're using Hive and Pig. Spark is a faster Hive and a faster Pig. It makes Hadoop run faster 100 times. That is what it is at a slightly much more detailed level. So we call that as a Databricks as an analytics platform. It is a big data analytics platform, to be more precise. What happens in big data world is we have different kinds of devices that could be laptops, tablets, mobiles, computers, and everything else. What's happening is they are sending different kinds of events. In other words, the data is coming from different kinds of devices to an event. All the data is generally stored in our big data storage, which is nothing but a data lake. The Hadoop can be referred as a data lake. With a few additional things is referred as a data lake. And what is that? If you notice the blue, green, and the purple, the structured, the semi-structured, and the unstructured data is what is generally stored in a data lake. And that is again, the database data, the NoSQL data, it could be unstructured data coming from internet and things like that. What does Databricks do? Databricks is a big data analytics platform. Remember, platform means you're able to customize, you're able to write your own query. So what does it do? That's what it does. We can connect to database, we can connect to NoSQL, we can connect to internet. And what do we write? We write custom programs. For what? For analytics. That's where, again, the money is. The moment you say analytics today, that is where all the money is going from the businesses around the world, guys. Okay. So with Azure Databricks, you can create fully managed Apache Spark clusters. In other words, fully managed means it is managed by the Azure, not by us. Self-managed is we have to create everything. And creating a big data cluster, all these things requires an admin taking care of many other things, many complex things and so on. All that is saved. The Azure is providing everything for us. They will create the cluster for us. What is a cluster? A group of servers behind the scenes. We can dynamically auto scale. Again, the scaling, just like scale sets, as our data is increasing, the size can increase, otherwise it can decrease. That is called elasticity. We can also create serverless clusters and also share them. We are yet to talk about serverless architecture. Okay, so serverless architecture is, it actually has a server, but only for a needed point of time. As and when as you need, the server is created and then the server is destroyed immediately after our use. So that is kind of serverless. We'll talk more about it, guys. Okay, we have easy data exploration with the help of notebooks in R, Python, Scala, SQL, and many other languages. In Databricks, we can write different kinds of programs using Python, R, and other programming languages. What do? We analyze the data. This is where, again, your data analytics, your machine learning, deep learning things will provide advanced analytical things. And Databricks is where we can write that kind of program. So, so it is, again, managed and it's a platform for us to write programs. We can use interactive dashboards to create dynamic reports. So in other words, using the Databricks platform, we can create dynamic reports, short and sweet. It has security aspects when it comes to role-based access control. So in other words, it also, if it is necessary, we can give role-based access. Role-based means maybe all the .NET, and there are certain kinds of users we want to give access to only certain kinds of features, maybe data and things like that. That is what we can configure based on your role. All the reports will be accessed only by certain users. HR reports will be accessed only by HR team, and the marketing reports will be accessed only. We can also configure the security like that. Everybody with me, guys? That is a touch of Databricks again, and coming up once we will discuss in a later detail, in a bigger detail. Quick yes, please. Okay, so Azure HD Insight, this is a cloud distribution of Hadoop. The Hadoop that we have been looking into. So in other words, on our labs, the Hadoop that we are accessing is Cloudera. Hadoop is actually a free one that is coming from Apache Software Foundation. Cloudera is a business or a company where they have taken this Apache Hadoop, they made some minor customizations, they're selling it to their customers. Microsoft has taken the Hadoop, they made some minor customizations, and they are selling it to their customers. That is nothing but Azure HD Insight. That is Azure Hadoop, you can think. Hadoop, and why do you use Hadoop? For insights, for decision making. That's why it's called Insight. So what is this one? It's called a distribution of Hadoop. One is Cloudera. The one we are using in the labs is Cloudera. here we can also deploy a Hadoop in the Azure in a simple and easy way. And what is it? That is referred as a distribution. So both the Cloudera and Azure will mostly, or whatever works in Cloudera for most time, the Hive, the Pig, all these things, the Scoop will also work in Cloudera and Azure. But a few configurations, they give customized configurations and some additional things that these guys do, those guys don't do. And based on our architectural requirements. Based on our architectural requirements, an architect will choose whether we need to go with HD inside or Cloudera. Both of them are, anything is okay, guys. Okay, so it is more precisely referred as a cloud distribution. The service makes it easier to process large amounts of data. So in other words, Hadoop is there for big data. We've discussed in detail. We can use Hadoop, Hive. Spark is a big competitor. In other words, whatever you do in Hive and Pig can be done in Spark and vice versa. Not vice versa, but Spark is much more advanced and it is much more faster, guys. Okay, we can create HD clusters for batch processing. Most of the time when you deal with big data, it is about batch processing. You take a lot of data, you wait for a period of time. That could be 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, and you're processing big amounts of data. That is what it is about. These clusters are created on demand. So again, so you save costs. So again, the mantra of the cloud is coming. You create the cluster only when you need it. You don't create it today and you keep paying the expenses whether you use it or not. It's not like that. It's again, what is it? It's a kind of becoming like a electricity. The cluster, what could be the cluster? What is special is the cluster could be as simple as one computer, 100,000 or 10,000 computers. Imagine you created a cluster of 1,000 computers where you have very large amounts of data. What is that? If cloud was not there, you would have purchased 1,000 computers and you have to maintain it every day. In cloud, what do you do? At that point of time when you need it, you can create 1,000 computers or maybe 10,000 computers, maybe finish your work in 1 hour, maybe 10 hours and stop it off. That is create on demand. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Cool. Gentlemen, ladies, are you catching it? Okay. Then, okay, Azure ARM templates, guys. Azure Resource Manager templates. This is a JSON object notation, JavaScript object notation template that contains the resources that you want to create in Azure. In other words, it is nothing but a template. It's like a file where which will give us properties like this: schema, content, resources, parameters, variables, functions, and outputs. These are the things without really writing a program, without really going onto the cloud. We can give this in the form of a file, a text file, which is saved as a JSON file. And by populating these things, your virtual machines and all those things, whatever resources you need are getting created. You can submit this template. This is referred as a template. It's like a text file with these properties, with some values in these properties. And you can submit it to the Azure Resource Manager. It will create the resources based on the template, based on the values that you have. This is good when you need to repeatedly create some set of resources for testing environment or for other kinds of environment for people who are non-technical and things like that. You can create a template and ask them to submit this template or use the template for creating a specific kind of environment. That might be needed one time, that might be needed multiple times. That is what is an ARM template, guys. Okay, so these are the values that we generally give. We'll not go into each of these things. That is just to give you an idea. Let's go into another one. Now here comes the big ones, the buzzwords, guys. Cognitive services, the vision, the speech, language, decision, search APIs. What are they? These are a set of services in Azure that helps you to build cognitive intelligence in your applications. What is cognitive intelligence? Cognitive means a group of people are making decisions. Is what is cognitive intelligence according to my understanding. So Azure helps you build this kind of applications. We don't need to have much knowledge in AI, machine learning, and deep learning. Okay. So we don't need to have a lot of knowledge in machine learning, deep learning, and other kinds of advanced analytical techniques and things like that. The cognitive services are divided into categories: vision, speech. So this is nothing but the artificial intelligence. This is nothing but the robot. The vision service is nothing but the eyes of the robot. Speech is the mouth of the robot. Speech will also become, the language will become the, language and speech can be thought of as the mouth and the ears of the robot. Decision is the brain. Searching is also again like a brain and a heart is what you can think. So let's go into these things. Computer vision. It is nothing but an API. API means it is a class that we are accessing from another application, a computer vision API, either from .NET, Java, or Python. We can access the computer vision package or library. You give it an image, it will process the image, it can get information from the images. What kind of information? It can find a face, identify a face, or it can even extract text from the images. Many times, today companies, what they want to do is, the unstructured data is the video, the text, the PDFs. They want the text in them. From the text, what will they do? They're trying to understand who are their customers, who's liking what, who came to which conference and things like that. They have hundreds and thousands of people attending conferences. So what do they, these people are becoming their target audience. So they try to extract the text. So what is this one? We are trying to, this is computer vision API. What is vision? Vision is about seeing. Seeing that a person, here is a face, seeing that here is a text. That is what is saying. Seeing is nothing but vision. So we're calling that as a computer vision API. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, then speech is nothing but talking. You're speaking. This is also, this provides speech services. It includes capabilities such as translating speech to text. Translating is translating. You may want to convert English to Telugu, Telugu to English, or maybe Spanish or vice versa. Converting text to speech. Somebody is speaking and you want to convert it into their speech to text, or maybe text to speech, vice versa. It can also provide that. It can also perform speech translation. Okay, you can translate. You can translate means not just a word to word, but a very sophisticated translation. Behind the scenes, some very sophisticated machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms are being run. And what's happening is the meaning of the speech is being getting translated. It is not just a word to word. Word to word translation is a much more simple thing. But being able to understand the meaning, which is referred as a context, that's what the machine learning and the deep learning algorithms are capable of finding. That is what is making the businesses crazy. These algorithms are finding such good, they're working so good in certain scenarios. It is just mind-boggling, guys. Okay. So in other words, if you take your smartphone, your AI assistant, what is that? Google AI. That is nothing but speech. You ask something, it is trying to find. You may say it's just a restaurant. Find me a restaurant close to me. What's happening? When you say find me a restaurant, behind the scenes, the speech is using the algorithms to find your zip code, to find your language, what are the nearest restaurants, what is their distance, and many other things it is doing. So that is these are very revolutionary services, guys. Text analysis. This allows you to perform analysis on the text to decide on what to do next. For example, you can use this service to understand what a person wants. Again, what is happening is you take the text, you try to understand what is the meaning, what is the context. Okay, so let's say Revati is a friend of Pravalika. Let's say she sends a message, a WhatsApp message saying, I'm traveling to Paris. Is a message that Revati is sending to Pravalika. Now, what is special about it is, text and analytics is something where you're understanding. Revati is traveling to Paris. In Paris, they speak French. So immediately imagine, let's say Revati is chatting to Pravalika in WhatsApp. WhatsApp is giving a recommendation to Revati, saying that in France, in French, here is how you say, how are you? What is that recommendation is coming? And in what way is that useful? Because Revati is going to Paris. The moment you step in Paris, everybody is going to say, how are you in Paris? In French. So it will be helpful and useful for Revati if she knows how to say, how are you in French? Everybody catching that case? What is that? That is text analytics. Being able to, based on what you type in, it is not just doing a mere translation or mere and a simple analytics, it's doing some very, very advanced analytics using these algorithms. We can also build the bots. The bots are built based on the text analytics, question and answer service. Imagine a website is open, something like Amazon. There are millions and millions of users all over the world who are using it any day. And they're asking different kinds of questions. So what can Amazon do? Amazon can set up a call center. They can have all the questions sent to the call center and answer them one by one. But when you have millions and millions of customers, no matter how many people you put, the call center may not be able to handle them. What do you do? That's where we're using AI. AI is using the text analytics. It is reading the text. As the questions are coming, it is automatically learning. That is what is machine learning. Learning from the data is machine learning. And then it is answering the questions. If it is a question a bot, a robot cannot answer, then that is being redirected to the call center, is what is happening. So again, that's a very sophisticated service, guys. Today, bots are being built on every website. In a few years, almost every website will definitely have a bot. They are going to be very sophisticated in understanding your questions. We can try to understand the sentiments in the text. Imagine a new movie is getting released, Bahubali 3. What are the producers and the heroes are interested in? They're interested in understanding the sentiment. Are the people happy? Are the customers happy? What are they happy? What are they not happy? What did they like? What did they not like? What is that? That is nothing but the sentiment. So based on the sentiment, different businesses, the Reebok shoes, they're understanding what aspect of the shoes is being liked by the customers, what they are not happy. If they are not happy, they're going to focus their engineering efforts. Let's say in a Reebok shoe, the ankle part of it is, slightly uncomfortable. Somehow they have understood that using their sentimental analysis or text analytics. Now, what do? They will focus their engineering efforts in the ankle part of it, saying that Reebok shoes, we need to change the design of the ankle, where our ankle is or maybe in the toe region, we need to make it more soft. It is more hard. They'll put a lot of money and they will try to make that better, engineer it better, and things like that. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. That is again text analytics. So this is where language is coming. Reebok shoe. Reebok is probably in US, the company, the parent company, and some people in India and they're posting on different websites about Reebok in Hindi. Some in Spain are posting in Spanish. So what do you do? These things need to be translated to English. That is the language API. Language how? Again, remember, you may think it is simple. Just a mere word-to-word translation is simple, but translation of understanding the meaning and the context is not simple. That is what is the power. Next comes the decision APIs. Here you can check for different aspects in the continent. For example, you can detect any abnormalities in the data collected. So there's a lot of data. Imagine Sricharan went to a supermarket and let's say he purchased bread. What do you think customers who purchase bread will also purchase, guys? I repeat, Sricharan went to a supermarket, he purchased bread. And what do customers, well, they may purchase milk, they may also purchase jam. Why? Because we eat bread is eaten with milk, jam, butter, cheese, and things like that. But let's say Shebas goes to a supermarket and he purchases diapers. What do you think customers who will purchase diaper will also purchase, guys? Why do you think somebody will purchase a diaper, guys? Because they have little babies at home and things like that. They may, so if you buy diapers, you may also buy wipes. Okay. And but what is happening? What is an anomaly? Anomaly or abnormality means the algorithms are detecting, have understood in some continents, in some countries, when customers were purchasing diapers, they were purchasing beer. What is that? That is not easy to understand. That is called an example of hidden pattern. Customers, it is easy to understand that when you buy bread, you will buy milk or jam. But when in certain areas, when customers were purchasing diapers, they were purchasing beer. There is a long story behind it. Diapers and beer is not a logical combination. What is it? That is what is an abnormality, a hidden pattern. Okay, what can we do? That is decision API. If you give the data, it will come back and say, I'm seeing something suspicious here. I'm seeing something abnormal or anomaly. And what do we do? That's what the decision API will tell you. It will give you insights like that. And based on that, if you look deep into it, that will help us making decisions. You can also use the content moderator to monitor for offensive language. So again, in forums and things like that, let's say somebody is using some offensive language. What can we do? That's where the decision API comes to a rescue. So in other words, that's a lot of intelligence, guys. Okay, that is decision API. Then the Bing News, Bing Search APIs. Search APIs is used. Microsoft is doing or uses Bing. Bing is the Google of Google search of Microsoft. So they have given us a separate API. If you want to search the news, the videos, based on the news, what is happening is today all the stock or market companies and things like that, the stock brokers, the big stock brokers around the world, what they're doing is they're looking at this news in the Google and the Bing of different companies. And then they're using sentimental analysis. In other words, they're taking the news, they search for the news of a company, take Reebok or Nike. They download all the data. Now, what is that? That is unstructured data, that is textual data. Then they perform sentiment analysis. The sentiment tells you whether the sentiment is positive or negative. If it is positive, that means the stock market is going to go up. Otherwise, that stock is going to go up. Otherwise, it's going to go down. What do? They make decisions. What is it? It is a combination of all these things that they are using. They're looking at the videos, what different people are publishing, what they're saying in the videos. And what is it? That's where the search API is coming to your rescue. Okay, together, these are referred as the cognitive services. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Let's see. Niharika, have you tried creating a scale set today by any chance?
No, sir.
I see. Okay. Are you logged into Azure, Niharika?
I logged in the lab, but I haven't tried it now.
Are you logged in now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you share your screen? We'll one more time try to create
Okay.
for a few minutes and see if you're able to do that. Let me make you the host. Thank you, co-host. Okay, share your screen when you're ready.
Okay, sir. Sir, can you see my screen?
1 second. Yeah.
It's giving me don't have access.
Did you try to create a virtual machine just now?
Not yet created. Just I gone through the virtual machine scale set directly.
Okay, click on create.
Okay. A single click on that.
Okay.
Today morning, Arvind and all shared the subscription details, sir. 1 minute. I will also open those. Sir,
Yes.
it is not validated.
Click on that, click here. The same problem, right? And let's see.
I will take.
Check usage. Error details. Click on that error details. Copy the error. No. Click on the raw error. Template deployment failed because of policy violation. See the details. So message, resource VM scale was disallowed by policy. So
Yes.
I think somewhere here, you should see something called basic, which is your policy. Scroll down a little bit, please. And the only thing I think from what I recall is the target value is basic and standard. Okay. Anywhere else you see a basic only rather than scroll down a little bit. So the target value is key. Basic and standard are the value here. Scroll down a little bit, please. Little bit, please.
Nothing, sir. This much.
Okay, scroll up one more time. Just double checking. Scroll up a little bit, please. Let me take a screenshot of this. Scroll up a little bit, all the way up. So, are you all the way up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment. Control print screen. And come back here. One moment. There's my. Sit here. No. Strange. Okay. System. Okay. Here we go. So let me bring up. Oh, this is let's go. Here's this one. This for this. This. Skills. Okay. So just forward it to Lakshmi and let's say come back here. Back to your screen. Scroll a little bit down, Neharika. Additional info, little bit down until that additional info. Wait.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah.
I copy this. Okay, that will be good enough. Okay. So I guess what we'll do, Niharika.
Yes, sir.
We'll take a break here. We'll give some time to see if they will come back, if Arvind will come back.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue from here, okay? Everybody okay with that?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can stop there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so where are we? We are at 125. So maybe back by 2:15. Hopefully that should be good enough. Thank you, guys.
Press.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you guys back, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Lavanya, can you make me the host? Great, thank you, Lavanya. And I'm going to make you the co-host just to be on safe side in case I get signed out. Sorry, guys. For some reason, I was not able to connect back. So the delay, I had to restart my machine a few times. And so the delay, guys, okay? Thank you. Sorry about that again. And let's see, is Niharika here? Okay, you're there, okay. Discover, let's say, okay. Come back to, give me one moment while I bring up my stuff. And let's say there we are. Okay. So bringing up the DevOps. And let's say, what else we have? This is the, where we were, 1, 2. Almost there, guys. I think we were talking about the cognitive services. So next comes the bot service. And next comes the DevOps. Okay. So sharing the screen. Let's talk a little bit about the bot services, guys. Bring it up. So what is Azure bot service, guys? The entire idea of the bots. Bot is something like a robot, guys. This helps to provide an experience to a user interacting with another person rather than a computer. So in other words, the idea of a robot is, I mean, the objective of robot is it's like a person. When you talk to a robot or a bot, ideally the objective is you should experience as if you are talking to a person. That is what is the idea. That is what is the objective of the bot. So bots are interactive programs that reads what a person is trying to ask. In other words, these bots are nothing but based on the machine learning models and things like that. Based on the data, they build the models, and these models are the programs which are used in the bots. That is where, again, the latest trend and the buzzword is going on. And today, almost every website, no matter which website or most of the websites you go into, they have this customer service like representative. Somebody comes up, a pop-up message comes up and says, hey, hi, how are you? How can I help you? And things like that. What is that? Ideally, that's a bot. Back to Amazon, we were discussing a few minutes back. What happens is millions and millions of customers are accessing Amazon. It is not possible for everyone to, for Amazon to give one service representative or a group of service representatives to handle all the millions and millions of customers around the world. So what do? They are using the machine learning models. They're building the bots, and the machine learning models are so clever and so intelligent. They're able to understand the intent, like the way I just explained for text analytics. They're able to understand what the question is. If it's a repeated question, they're answering. If there's any question that that is being asked in a, then that is getting escalated and things like that. So more precisely, what is happening is when we are interacting with this bots, it looks like we are interacting with the person. That is the experience. Then based on the person's request, the bot needs to answer the person. So based on the person's request or question, the bot is understanding the question is first thing which is happening. The bot should be able to interpret what the user is trying to say, or more precisely, the user is trying to ask. Again, as I said, it's not a letter to letter or word to word translation in different languages. More importantly, it is the intention of the context which is trying to be understood by these bots, and then generate an appropriate response. A response is nothing but give an appropriate or the right answer is what the bots service is about, guys. Okay, so in the marketplace, there are a bunch of bot solutions which are available in Microsoft Azure Marketplace. But we'll talk about, we'll come back to that in a little bit, guys. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about DevOps. And let's try to understand some of these things, guys. Okay, for this one, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to make a small adjustment. Give me one moment. I'm going to make this one from here. Is Devops containers, Dockers, bits of Docker. Features of Kubernetes, Docker, and features of Kubernetes. It's Kubernetes. This creates it. This is managing it. Automatic unpacking. Pods and nodes. Okay. So this whole thing, we may be needing it. Give me one moment here. Adding some content. This is going to be a slightly detailed one. We're going to increase the complexity here, but give me one moment, guys. Let me schedule. I don't think we need all these things, but I'll give it a try. So Is Devops. Put this here. Come back here. Okay, bringing this up. So resume it and again share this. Oops. Stop the share. Sharing it again. That is the slide. Okay. So hope everybody's seeing the DevOps slide, guys. Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay. So DevOps is a combination of aspects such as culture, practices, and tools. That's a very, very deep statement, but we'll try to simplify it, guys. Okay. DevOps stands for development and operations. So we're saying it is something which is a culture, which is a practice and a tool. These aspects are used to bring together teams such as development, operational, security, etc., to achieve a common goal. What is a common goal? We will try to understand. But there is a common goal between the developer team, the operational team. Operational team are the guys who are deploying your software. Security guys are again the administrators and things like that. The goal is to deliver applications and services at high velocity. So everybody is trying to deliver the application. So the development team will write the will code the application. The operational team is trying to deploy it with proper securities and things like that. And these are happening at high velocity. So what does high velocity mean? Well, we'll try to understand that. When it comes to tools, there are various tools available in the market to achieve this purpose. Okay. And let's see. So what is available on Azure DevOps, Azure boards here? Teams can create and track user stories, backlog items, tasks, features, bugs, and that are linked onto a project. In other words, Azure boards is a place where when we work on an application, there are different stages of an application that we'll try to look and understand. And in every stage, there might be problems which might be coming up. So what do? We go ahead and we try to, if we are getting any problems or bugs in our application, we try to log the tickets. For every stage, there are different kinds of tickets, and that is what this Azure boards is. It will allow you to enter the bugs, add new features, add new requirements and things like that. Azure Repos, this is a set of version control tools that helps you manage your code. In other words, source code control system. That is like a GitHub. If you heard about that, that's where we can version our code and things like that. Also, we'll try to understand in a bit, guys. Okay. Next, we have Azure Pipelines. This can be used to automatically build and test your code project. In other words, once we will go deep into each of these aspects in a moment, but let me give you a 1 minute overview of pipelines. A development team will build the code. They will write the code and they will pass it on to the deployment team. So it is happening step by step. The output of one team is becoming input to the next team. That is what is pipe or pipelining. And Azure Pipelines is a tool which will help you configure in configuring these steps. Azure Test Plans is something which is written, which is used by the testing team. Developers will write the code and they will do the testing, make sure the application is working. The testing team will again test it and see if all the scenarios are working, if the important scenarios are working or not, and things like that. That is nothing but user acceptance testing. And they share it with the business users and users, the developers, saying that, hey, this scenario is working, this scenario is not working. Maybe you're logging into the application is working. But once you log in, if you notice, Niharika was trying to create a scale set. So, and we are having it looks like we are having some policy or permission issues there. What is that? That's a bug. Either it's a code bug or there's a bug in the configuration. What is that? Well, we need to, the shareholder or the stakeholder is you. As a developer, it is you, and it is also the team, the technical team who are taking care of the labs. So they communicate to us that what is that? A test plan is a group of scenarios is what we can think. Then we have Azure Artifacts. Here we can create and shade Maven, NPM, and NuGet package feeds from the public and private sources with teams of any size. So these are package managers. Just like in Python, we have different kinds of packages. Maven is for Java, and NuGet, all these things are more Visual Studio stuff, which are like package managers, where it's something like a PAP install and things like that, guys. Okay, so they're used for downloading the packages, and we'll see that, guys. Okay, so there is DevOps, that is the website of the Azure. But let's see, one of the important things is we need to understand what is DevOps. So let's see, here is some people, they're trying to understand and they're trying to say it's a title. We have an elephant, we're trying to understand the title. What are special about these guys? These guys are blind, and they're blind people cannot see, they're trying to touch the elephant and feel the elephant and say, hey, it's automation, it's development, it's operations, it is faster and smaller releases, and it is a job title. So more precisely, it is a combination of all these things. That is what is DevOps, guys, okay? It is a union of people, processes, products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. In other words, it is a combination of people, processes, and products is what it means. And the three-stage conversion, people, process, and products, guys. These are the three main important components of DevOps definition. So what happens is, in a development world, we have developer who is writing code. Ops is the deployment team. They take your code and they try to deploy it. Oops, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Are you there, guys? Can you give me a quick yes? Okay, so what happens is, in a development world, we have development team. There's an operations team. As I said, operations team is deploying the code. They take your code and they try to deploy. So what is happening is the developers write the code, they're passing it on to the operations team. Operations team picks up the code and they're trying to run it. They're trying to deploy it. Sorry. Okay. So there it is. One more time. Development team is passing it on to the operations team. Operations team is picking up your code, and what's happening is it's coming up with some errors. The problem could be there is a problem in the code, or the problem is in some configurations, or there's a problem in the data or the database and things like that. So short and sweet, the deployment is not happening. What is that? That is generally a problem. There is a bit of confusion between the development team. Developers say it works in theirs. Operations team, it doesn't say that it doesn't work in their environment. So there is always this confusion, which is referred as a wall of confusion. Okay, so let's dig into it. Why is it important? Your competition is already doing this. In other words, today all the businesses are getting into the DevOps, which is increased velocity for deployment. Every day they're making a lot of changes and they're deploying. They're adding new features and they're deploying it into the production so that their end users can use it. And what they would like to do is during these times, at the time of deployment, they don't want to run into these errors. If they run into the errors, they have to bring down the application, that is a downtime. Whether it's a human error or a coding error, whatever it is, they want to reduce it. Okay, so the first step is we need to plan, then you develop, then you test it, then it is released, and then you monitor. These are generally the steps which happen in a process. The first step is about people. The second step is about process. So now here is what is going on. This is the complete life cycle. So planning and tracking is here. So you plan first, then you try to manage the work. This is where your project managers come in. They plan the work, then the project starts. And this is where the circle of development and operations begins. The developers, what they do is they write the code. They test it. They're putting it into the version control. They're building it. And at the same time, it is being passed. It needs to be passed. Once they're done, it needs to be passed to the testing team. They're also testing in different environments. And while this is happening, we need to make sure it works in all the environments. If it works in the development environment and it doesn't work in other environments, then that's a big problem. Okay. So let's go. So these are the different kinds of tools in a DevOps world. Not everybody can learn all these tools based on the project you're working on, based on the environments you're working on. Your architect will choose the right set of tools and they will work on these tools. So in other words, for planning and tracking, these are all the tools. And for build verification, these are the tools. Building Jenkins is the tool, version control, GitHub, writing code, Java, Python, and so on. The different kinds of tools which are used here, guys. Okay. And let's see. Okay. Come back here. Okay. So in a software development lifecycle, you plan, you write the code, you build it, you test it, you deploy it, you operate it, and you monitor it. These are the high level steps which are happening. Planning is where your business team is understanding the requirements. They work with your project manager. They come up with the project plan. Coding, building, and testing, this is where the development team and the testing team is involved. Then operations team is where they're trying to deploy your application. They deploy it, they make sure it is working, and they try to monitor it. So DevOps can be thought of as development plus operations. It's a mix of both of them, or an intersection of both of them. It is a culture or practice which fills the gap between the development team and the operations team. In other words, what needs to happen is between the development and the operations, we should never run into those problems where they say it is working in the development environment, but it is not working in the operations environment. Well, what is that? That is the gap. So what is it? We can take a few steps to make sure that kind of scenarios, we don't run into that kind of scenarios. That is what is the culture of the practice. Both the teams work together in the entire SDLC. SDLC means Software Development Lifecycle, to ensure the quality of the product, quality of product and ability of product to work in different environments. Lots of tools are available. DevOps helps us to run lifecycle on each commit. or particular interval by using automate process. That's a slightly deep one. Every time we write code, what we do is we do check-in. When we check in, again, we'll try to understand check-in and GitHub in the coming up slides. But when we make these small changes in our code, what is happening is an automated testing is going on. That automated test can be written by the testing team or maybe the developers themselves. And these automated tests give you a hint or an indication whether the code you have written is good or not. So in other words, if you're developing a very, very big application, instead of testing at the end, at small intervals, if we make sure we're testing it, then we can catch the errors earlier. That is why that's what the DevOps team comes into the picture, guys. Okay, so each person who's working in software development team, developers, all these guys need to know, they need to learn about the DevOps. So in other words, they need to have an idea of the DevOps, guys. Benefits more agility. Every commit is treated as a final delivery. So anytime you make a code change, we are being very responsible. We're being very committed. We try to make sure we're writing the code very, very carefully. So if you're taking care of the things, it becomes easy. And the maintenance will become simple. The code becomes more reliable, the application becomes more reliable, and it will also be more secure. So here is a scenario where we have few developers sitting in the development team, and what are they doing? They're writing the code. And here are a few people or employees, they're the operations team. What do? They are deploying it. And what happens? They're also monitoring it. They also maintain it. Most of the times what happens is when the code is given to the operations team, they come back and say, hey, we are having some problem in our environment. We are not able to run. That is where the DevOps is coming, guys. Okay. So the first thing is the idea. What is the idea? The idea is somebody wants to build an application. That application, maybe, the demand, is it really necessary to build an application or not? Is there a demand for that application or not? That is what the demand planning is. That's where the top level management team is thinking. The PMO is a project management organization of the project managers team. They work here and they try to convert that idea into requirements. The business analysts, again, work with the project managers in understanding the requirements. Technical architect gives a high level architecture. Are you there, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, sorry about that. I'm having some network fluctuations at my end. Let the screen come up. Let me say. Oops. Okay, sharing again. Here we go. So technical architect comes up with the high level architecture. UI team comes up with the UI designs and things like that, guys. Okay, these are some of the things which are happening. So optimized by role. So that's where, again, once the UI is finalized, the development team comes into the picture. They start writing the code. They give it to the testing team. And what is happening is this is a continuous process. Developers will write the code. They will submit it to a testing team. Testing team will test it. If there are any bugs, they will give it back to the testing team. And this process keeps on going. Then after a certain stage where the application is in a stable mode, they will do the performance testing. Then the service delivery, that is where the deployment and the operations is being done, and then it is given to the customer. But what is happening is the problem, again, it may work in any environment, but it may not work with the customer. The customer may not get what he expected. There are some problems. What is that? That is the problem. Okay, what we need to do is we need to make sure that never happens. Whether that's a operations team or a customer, we need to make sure always if the customer wants coffee, we don't want to give him a thumbs up. We don't want to give him a cool drink. Okay, we want to give him a coffee. So idea is he wants a coffee, he comes to you, and we need to make sure. So what do? You need to that's where the DevOps team, which is nothing but an involvement from project management, the development, the testing team, and the operations team. They're all coming together and they are planning it so that they can deliver what they want to the customer. That is the high level idea, guys. That's what is the high level idea at a high level. And we're making sure the customer is happy. We're not delivering something which they did not ask, is what it is. In other words, a DevOps team is like a a NASCAR race where when a car is racing and it stops somewhere in the middle, a lot of people, a lot of its team members come together. All these team members are taking care of the different components of the car. And each, so together they're all working so that the car will work. The car is your application. Some of them are developers, some of them are project managers, some of them are business architects, the testing team and the operations team and things like that. Whenever an application is being deployed, it's like they're sending the car out. It's like they're sending the application out so that the end users will be able to use without any problem. That is what is the objective, guys. Okay. So again, in the world of analytics, data scientists also, DevOps also becomes even more harder because we are generally thinking from a software engineering perspective. For data scientists, it is a little bit different. That's why they refer that as a machine learning operations. So machine learning lifecycle look like these are, we are yet to talk about them, but at a high level, what do data scientists or machine learning, what they do is they train a model that solves a business problem. So in other words, imagine there is a cricket match tomorrow. What is training a model? We can take the data, last 100 cricket matches or 200 cricket matches of data. We can build a model and predict if India is going to win or not. We can predict what score each player is going to score. What is that? That is called modeling. Once they build a model, the model needs to be packaged like the code. Then we need to validate. In other words, that is also tested. Then it is deployed. After it is deployed, it is continuously monitored to see if it is making the predictions correctly or not. This is the machine learning lifecycle. So MLOps is, we are applying a similar concept at a slightly high level to the machine learning world. That is referred as machine learning operations, bringing the people, process, and the platform to automated ML. So I will not, again, all these, the low-level details, I will not read them, but I will leave them for you. So how is this different from DevOps? So in the world of DevOps, what is happening? The code is what is being delivered. The code is built and being delivered to the development team. In the world of machine learning or data analytics, it is a model which is being built and sent at a slightly high level. The data and the model is being sent is what is different, guys. Okay. So data or model versioning is being done. The model is capable of predicting if India is going to win or not. That is nothing but like that is like an object. The object is saved, that depends on some data. And these are being versioned. We'll see what is versioning and things like that. It is audited. So in other words, it's monitored and made sure it is working. The performance of it is also tested. That is what happens in a machine learning world, guys. Okay. So if you go a little bit deep, so what is happening is these are the steps inside a machine learning world. Let me come back here. Share the screen. Oops, sharing the screen again. Here we go. Okay. So let's say it's interactive, exploratory, get something useful. What is something useful, guys? Well, they build models. What do? In the world of data, they take the data that could be coming from your unstructured data or structured data. Then they use an algorithm, and then the algorithm will give them a model. So this is the model which is being delivered to the deployment team or or the customers, and they will use it for making prediction. All these steps are being taken care of by the data scientists, the AI engineers, ML engineers, and things like that. The data engineer is a guy who is generally helping them in preparing the data. We'll try to understand what that means, guys. Okay. So if we come back here, notice software engineer. A data scientist will build a model and hand it over to the software engineer. For a data scientist, a software engineer may be their customer. The software engineer does not know which algorithm to use, how to build the model. So they take the help of data scientists in getting the model. And then they try to use this here in their application for making a prediction. There could be errors, there could be problems with that model. So what is that? That is what we need to avoid. This is generally the first step. And what happens is constantly the data changes. As the data changes, okay, if you take the last 100 cricket matches of data, you build a model from data. From the last 100 cricket matches, you build a model from the data. If you're given 200 matches of data, you will build a different model. More the data, more the model is generally more powerful, is what they say. So, so what happens is you reproduce the model. As the data changes, we need to rebuild the model. And similar steps are taken by the data engineer. The machine learning engineers are the guys who are building. These are the guys who have an idea of different algorithms. And what do? They build the model, guys, okay? But let's say, stick with me, automate. So what can we do is we can automate this process. Sorry about that. We can automate this process, make sure the entire, we don't run into any problems and things like that. Hey, sorry about that. Okay, back here. So we have data scientists, data engineer, software engineers working together. And as I said, data scientists will be delivering the models to the software engineers. So the key problems is reproducibility of the models. Reproducibility of the models depends on the data. If we don't give the right data, the model will not make a good prediction. So we need to make sure the data is correct. Otherwise, we'll not be able to build right models. And the ML lifecycle is nothing but what we just saw, a series of steps. They also need to make sure they're following certain rules and guidelines so that it is in compliance and not sharing any data publicly. So the pre-DevOps world. So in other words, more precisely, coming back to the DevOps, what this is indicating is, before the term DevOps came into the picture, these were the steps that were being followed. Strategy is being done at a very high level. The top level directors and things like that in a company will come up with a strategy, including the project manager. Then the product management team comes into the picture. That is where they are envisioning a product. They're saying, hey, this is how a product should look like. They come up with the requirements. Then the development is done, where the coding and all that is being taken care of. Then the support is where, once the application is built and successfully deployed, there will be some people, a team who will be supporting the end users if they run into any problems. That is what is called the support team. And we are constantly, they're generally constantly making sure that it's the product is good. That is the quality management is what it is. But what is the problem? They are siloed. In other words, they are all independent, or in other words, they are they don't know what is happening in the other. They are not in sync with each other, is what it is, guys. Okay, so in other words, imagine when different teams are working with each other and they're dependent on each other. If you don't know what the other team is working, what can happen is you can run into problems. If there is a problem, what will happen? By the time you fix the problem, that will take more time, that will be very expensive. The process might be slow, there will be many trust issues. And what is this? In businesses or enterprises, these are the problems traditionally they are facing for the applications, for building applications. So what is happening? That is where DevOps is coming in and saying they're going to introduce what is called automated testing, continuous integration, and continuous delivery. For you guys, from a Azure certification point of view, you just need to have a high level idea of these terms. We'll not go too much deep into them. I will just introduce you at a high level, guys, okay? So why is DevOps relevant or important? Well, what we are doing is we are coding, we are planning, we are building, testing, deploying, and monitoring. For building and testing, there is a tool called Jenkins. For deploying, there is a tool called Puppet. For operations and things like that, Amazon Web Services. Then for monitoring, there is New Relic. For code, there is something called GitHub. These are the different tools used in the world of GitHub. Then comes an important tool, which is Docker. And What can we do? All these things can be used on the cloud, whether it's Amazon, whether it is Azure. There are different clouds available there. Amazon and Azure is what it is. What do we do? Well, what we need to do is, when you plan, we code and we are building and testing. This is the software development lifecycle. The objective is faster time to market. When we write code, when we try to build an application, we need to be able to build it faster. The quality should be there. In other words, the bug should be less. And we should try to keep the cost lower. And no more vendor or tech lock-in, which means our product should not be in a way where it says, hey, I will only work on certain kinds of AWS servers or certain kinds of Azure servers. It should be independent of each other. That is what is the goal of the products, guys. Okay. So business innovation is not an optional, is not optional anymore. It's the only way to survive, is what it is, which means business innovation means coming up with new things, creative things. You take iPhone, they introduce the touch to the world. They revolutionize the world with the touch. What is that? That is their innovation. And what is happening today, that is becoming compulsory. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Are you guys there? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, thank you. So product innovations need to reach the customers quickly and stay available. What does it mean by product innovations, guys? When we build a product, when you build an application, new features and things like that, let's say Amazon, it's adding new features and things like that, they need to come in quickly. They need to be able to deliver it fastly. I need new features. Those new features are generally innovative or creative features, or maybe something helpful and useful to their customers. So it needs to be made available fastly. If there are problems and things like that, what is that? That's a problem, and that is where the DevOps is coming to the rescue. How do you reduce the time? Is what is the goal, guys? Okay. So developers are at the heart of your company's innovation. These are the guys who are writing the code and developing the products. And so what is DevOps? DevOps is development and operations. It's using automation. It's making small deployments, Kanban for ops, and it's treating your infrastructure as code. Your infrastructure as code is nothing but we can deploy the code. We can deploy the infrastructure by just writing the code. For example, Azure Resource Manager template. That is by just giving some parameters or arguments, we are able to deploy the infrastructure. That is what the template is about, guys. Okay. So what is DevOps? DevOps is a culture change. It is becoming a culture. It is not just one, but it's a combination of everything is what its definition. And why is it important? Again, in 2014, the number of deployments which were happening was 4% of the companies were deploying multiple times a day. In a day, they were making multiple deployments. 7% of the companies were deploying daily, 17% weekly, and so on. As you move on to 2015, notice the numbers are increasing. More and more customers are deploying multiple times a day, multiple times a week, and almost all the numbers are, the frequency of their deployments is increasing in short periods of time. Amazon deploys to production every 11.6 seconds. Maximum deployments in a single hour is 10,000 times. In other words, there are a lot of deployments going on in AWS in the form of various applications, features, and things like that. Okay, so Amazon is at 1,000 plus deployments per day. Netflix is at 1,000 plus deployments per day, and Microsoft is 2 to 3. This is probably slightly older data, but today with Azure and things like that, Microsoft is probably making a lot more deployments. So if we come back here in a software development lifecycle, if you're coming from slightly computer science background, you're already familiar with these steps. You plan, that's where the requirements are. Code is writing the code, you build it, package it, and then you test it, you release, configure, and monitor. These are the steps, guys, okay? Planning is the requirement stage, coding is the coding stage, building is where once you think your code is running, you build it, and then you package it. Then you test it and you give it to you release it. You release it to your end users, then you monitor it. These are the life cycle steps of software development, guys, okay? Continuous delivery. So again, something which you need to have a slightly high level idea is the process for releasing and deploying software must be repeatable and reliable. In other words, if you release your software and it breaks everything or it is not working, that is not, you will not be able to repeat it. So you should write your code in such a way that it is repeatable. It should not give any problem later. And how do you do that? By automating it. You write unit tests, automated tests, and things like that. Whenever you make some small changes, you make sure you're doing the automated testing. If something's difficult or painful, do it more often. In other words, what it means is for some complex features and things like that, what you do is you try to be very careful, as simple as that. That is what it really is about, guys, okay? So what do? You keep everything in source control. Every time you change a code, you try to put it in the source code. Done means release, which means after all your automated testing is done, then you release it. Build quality needs to be ensured. In other words, the build needs to be fine. And if your tests are fine, if your code is fine, the build will be fine. Everybody has the responsibility for releasing. So if you're if you're playing cricket, when you win the game, it is not just one or two players, it's the responsibility of the complete team. And what do? You try to improve your team continuously. That's what it is about. Okay, so what you do is build binaries only once. These are some of the practices. Use precisely the same mechanism to deploy to every environment. Smoke test your deployment, which is nothing but test it. If anything fails, stop the line. In other words, these are slightly low level details, guys, okay? We'll not go too much into it, but build without continuous integration. So here is continuous delivery, then we have continuous integration. We'll try to understand that. So here is one developer, let's say Safe. What he's doing is he's writing some code. When you write some code, you also test it, you make sure the code is good, code quality is good, and then you put it into source control. That is what is GitHub and other version control systems are. And what can happen is, here is another developer who's Lara. She's also writing the code and putting it into the source control. What do you do? Let us say it is failing. The code is not working. Okay. So what do? You need to make sure that things like that will not happen. When Lara checks in, when Safe checked in, everything was working. But when Lara checked in, it is not working. So that is where continuous integration comes into picture. What it means is, Safe checks in the code, and what happens immediately? There is a server which is testing his code. This is automated testing, and it is pulling the code from the source control. It is testing it. Then Lara writes the code, and what is happening? She's checking in. What will happen? The build server again gets the code, and it will do automated testing. Make sure the tests are written, tests are working fine. If the test is fine, then everything is good. If one of the tests doesn't work fine, then that particular developer will be responsible. So what is this? This is continuous integration. You're integrating into source control. How? By putting a source control and a build server, we're able to constantly check in the code. By the end of the day, when a developer leaves, we're able to constantly check in the code, and the server is performing automated testing. How do you run automated tests? That's again a different process. Again, slightly, we will not go into those details. It is not necessary, guys, okay? Then we have continuous deployment. So continuous integration is achieved using source control and build server. So here is deployment. What is happening? There's a developers team, QA team, and a operations team. Developers team write code, then they build it, then they test it. Automated testing unit is an unit. Then it is packaged, stored, provisioned, and deployed. QA team will not write the code. They will take the provision thing and they will deploy it. They will test it manually and automatically, and then they will give it to the ops team. They will provision it and deploy it. Okay, so what is happening is, these are the deployment and delivery activities, what a developer does versus QA does versus an operations team. So what is happening is, developer writes the code, he checks in, he commits to the version control. Then the moment it is saved in the version control, what is happening is automated testing. Something is triggering the automated testing, his code is tested. If it fails, it is given back to the developer. If it succeeds, then what happens is, it is. So if it is failing, it is given back to the developer. And the developer will fix it. Until when? Until it becomes successful. So what is that? That is called feedback. If it fails, it's coming back and saying, hey, here is some error message and things like that. So now what happens is, once the developer writes the code and it's a success, then the next step is sending it to the testing team. In the testing team, if anything fails, it is given to the developer. And what happens? Again, the same process. The process continues until developer fixes all the issues in the testing team. Then what happens? Once that is successful, it is given to the user acceptance testing, which is nothing but another additional testing by the end users, and then it will be approved. If that also passes, it will be approved. So what is this? This is continuous deployment. So what is this one? Here is continuous integration as these steps. You're writing the code, you're checking into the version control. Once you check into the version control, what's happening is the automated tests are being run. That is the build server. This is integration. But once the integration, once it is good, once the testing team says it is good, what do? You try to deploy it. That's where the deployment is beginning. And the deployment is also making sure it is working in the end user's environment. And if it doesn't work, again, all the teams, the developer, the QA team, everybody is working together. They work until it is successful. Once it is successful, it is again passed on to the next environment and given to the operations team. So up to here is deployment, continuous deployment. For very small changes also, you continuously make sure you integrate and deploy. This is referred as continuous integration and deployment, guys. Okay, so these are slightly advanced concepts or methodologies which are coming up. For you guys, you have an idea about them, guys. Continuous integration, continuous deployment, and things like that. And this whole process is release management. You're releasing the code from one environment to another environment to another environment. That is also referred as an release management, guys. Okay, so there is DevOps. It is a combination of all these concepts is what it is. Everybody with me? Okay, let's also take a look at a few more concepts, slightly heavy today theoretically, guys. DevOps is slightly heavy. So let's see what is Docker. So there is developer, there is another operations team or a QA team. This code does not work. The developer says this code does not work. Well, it worked on my system. So one of them is developer. He's saying, hey, it's working in development. And another one is operations team, and he says it's not working. So what is happening? The design, development, deployment, and release. Docker is present in the entire workflow, but its main use is in deployment. In other words, Docker comes into picture at the deployment stage. So Docker makes this process of an application deployment very easy and efficient, and resolves a lot of issues relating to deployment issues. Docker is present in the entire workflow. How does it resolve the issues, or how does it fix the problems? We'll try to understand. Docker is the world's leading software container platform. We're going to be talking about containers and platform. We'll try to understand that. Okay, so here is software stack, a group of softwares, programs, and things like that. And what is happening? The backend workers are nothing but the server-side processors, server-side code. We have a database. We have different kinds of environments, the packages, libraries, and things like that. This is the software stack. Now, in real world, ideally, all these, your product, sorry about that. Your product needs to work on different kinds of operating systems, and platforms, guys. Okay, one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so our software stack, the products that we build need to work on multiple platforms, whether it is Linux, Windows, Mac, and things like that. And they have to also work in different environments, guys. There are different combinations which are possible. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, these are the different permutations and combinations. One is Windows, one is Mac, one is Linux. There are some things which are working and some things which are not working in another environment and operating systems. What can happen? We don't know. Anything can happen. So to understand that one, here's a problem in shipping. You have a car, you have some goods, there are tables and chairs and other kinds of material here. How to transport different goods having different size, shape, and requirements. We have different kinds of goods, products, and things like that. We need to ship them somewhere. They're all of different shapes. Trucks and cars, we need to package them. We need the labor. We also have to ship them. We somehow have to come up with some shipping. So some are big, some are small, some have different shapes, some are liquid, and so on. These are the different permutations and combinations, guys. Now what is happening? Take a look at this. That is where a container comes to your perspective. If you are shipping them, what can we do? We can take different permutations and combinations of how we ship them. Whether you ship in a truck, car, or maybe a ship, what you can do is you can put all of them in a container. What is container? So on the left-hand side, what we are doing is nothing but the software stack. If we can put them into a container, what will happen? Well, now these are all the software stack. All these things, if we can somehow put into the container, that container is nothing but the Docker. In other words, we'll see a much more detailed definition in a bit. That is, the container is a group of all these things. What are these things? These are sitting in a container is a group of all these software elements, products, and things like that, items. So it is a group of all these things, and it is acting like a single thing. So what is Docker? Docker is a tool designed to make it easier to deploy and run the applications by using containers. Okay, it is a tool, and what is it? It is making the deployment easier, so that the running of the application will become easier. Running of the application means we don't run into that problem where it's saying, hey, it's working in that environment, it's not working in this environment. How is that possible? That's where the containers come. Containers allow a developer to package an application with all the parts it needs, such as libraries, other dependencies, and ship it here out as one package. So all the components, whatever developer is working on, all those things can be put together into one thing that is called a container. It has everything. Now, what do? You ship the container. In other words, whether the container goes in a truck or a car, everything is there. So we will not run into problems where we are saying it works in development environment, but it does not work in testing or production environment. That is what is the objective. So there it is. What is happening? There is a developer. She's putting everything into a package, which is nothing but the container. And then what do? That is a container. You're going to ship it to the different kinds of users, whether that is testing, that is the release team, operations team, or the production team, the same container. Now, what will happen? Everybody will have this container, which has all the elements that the developer has used. So there is nothing missing here. Okay, so it works on multiple systems. So what will happen? We will never run into the problems where we are saying it doesn't work on one environment. Everybody catching the point, guys? How are we achieving that? That is what the Docker is doing. Docker is helping us build a container which will have all the elements that the developers at the time of writing the code have in other environments. Are you catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so general workflow of Docker is a developer. What do? Ideally, they'll come up with a Docker file. It describes to create a Docker image. So image is something which will contain all the necessary things of a container. So a developer will define a Docker file. From that an image is built. That image container will have an application. That image is a container. And container is a group of all the software items and its packages, which is nothing but the dependencies. And what do? We have Docker Hub. The Docker Hub is something like Azure Marketplace, where different people have created different containers of Dockers with some permutations and combinations of their software in it. So, which are used by their products. So what other people can do is they can directly download them and start using the Docker containers by doing a pull image. These are again the low level details, which probably you don't need the guess, but just presenting to you. This resolves the issue of app working in one platform and not in another. Again, that is the goal, that is the objective. In real world, what is happening, that is the thing where everybody is getting burned out. And that is what it is trying to help, guys. Okay, Docker is a container platform. So it is a container platform, means it's helping us create a Docker. So we need to understand what is virtualization versus containerization. There are some differences, guys. Okay, virtualization is you have a physical server. A server has an operating system that is called host operating system. In that there is a program which is running, which is called hypervisor. What does that do? That will allow you to create multiple virtual machines. When we're creating multiple virtual machines in Azure Cloud on the servers, so there is something called a hypervisor, a program like hypervisor, which is allowing you to create different virtual machines. But there is a small problem with the virtual machine. When we create a separate virtual machine, what happens is every virtual machine is like a machine. So in every virtual machine, it has its own operating system, and on top of it, we build our apps. But in a cloud world, what is happening is that's okay. In a cloud world, because this is used by customer 1, this is used by customer 2, customer 3. And so the VMs having separate operating system is okay. But if you go, what is that? That is virtualization. Resource allocation is fixed and does not change. Okay, that is virtualization. What is containerization is you take a server, it has host operating system. Instead of a hypervisor, we have a container engine. That is a container engine, that is nothing but the Docker. And what we can do is, the advantage is you don't need to have multiple guest operating systems. On a single operating system, without having an additional operating system, you can reuse the physical server's operating system and you can build the apps on that, your own apps. So what is happening is this is gone. And these guest operating systems take a lot of energy, resources in a computer. As a result of that, containers are much more simple. They are much more lightweight than compared to the virtualized or the group of virtual machines. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, and let's see what else we have. So what is that? That container engine is nothing but the Docker engine. It is something which allows us to create containers is what it is. So we have client and a server, and Docker has a client server architecture. So internally, the Docker program gives us the client where we will run a few commands and try to create the containers. So the daemon server receives the commands. So just like these daemon means the process. In a Linux world, they call that as a daemon. So server receives the commands, just like master worker in Hadoop and things like that. Docker is communicating with the client and the server, is what it is, guys. Okay, so the Docker file internally contains these things: the Docker file, images, containers, registry, server, daemon engine. So this is where the Docker runs. We don't directly create the process and things like that. We just create the Docker file and the image from a developer standpoint, guys. Okay, and we'll see a little bit about that. So benefits of using Docker: we never run into the environment where it says it works in one, it doesn't work in another one. So build app only once. An application inside a container can run on any system that has Docker installed on it. Okay, so in other words, at the time of writing the code, since we are putting all the packages and the dependencies in one container, that container is shipped to all the other teams. It will, if it works in one environment, it will work in another environment. There is no need to build and configure app multiple times in different platforms. In other words, that might look like a small thing, but that's a very, very useful thing in a real world, guys. Okay, that's a very powerful thing. So there is Docker containers, whether you're in a test environment, production environment, the container contains everything, which is Docker Hub is like the developer. The developers put here and we are pulling. Pull means they are getting that image, which contains the containers. It can contain one container. It can also contain multiple containers. So more sleep and less worry. With Docker, we test our application inside a container and ship it inside a container. This means the environment in which you test is identical to the one which the application will run in production. Docker containers can run on any platform. Amazon EC2, Google Cloud Platform. These are the other cloud service providers. They can run on AWS. They can run on Azure also. So version control, like Git, Docker has a built-in version control system. Docker containers work like just like Git repositories and allowing you to commit the changes to your Docker images. So again, most of the time, even the Docker has its own version control system. We will generally mostly rely on GitHub for getting the code and versioning and things like that, guys. Okay, so every app works in its own container and does not interfere with the other apps. So containers are very, very useful. What is happening inside a container? Container, you can also think of it as a lightweight process. Each process is different, is what it is, guys. Okay, so with Docker, every application works in isolation. They're separate in its own container and does not interfere. Multiple containers can run. In each container, you can have again one application or multiple applications also running. For removal also, you can simply delete the container. So if you want to get rid of the application, you can also get rid of you can easily get rid of the container and all its dependencies are gone. Docker allows faster and more efficient deployments without worrying about your app on different platforms. It increases the productivity. Productivity of not only one team, productivity of all the teams. That is why it is important, because that environment mismatch is being taken care of. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, that's a bit heavy for today. Let's see where we are. Okay, so we'll continue with Kubernetes tomorrow, and let's see, come back here. We'll shift back to a few questions and answers. Let's say this one. Here we go. More time. Oops. 1500. Okay. So let's spend some time, guys. Let's see. We'll have, who do we have today? Let's see who will come up online. Participants. Okay. Lavanya, can you come online, please? We'll discuss a few questions. And okay, how much is time? Okay. Do you need a break, guys? Gentlemen, ladies, would you like to take a short 5 to 10 minute break? Okay, I need a break here. Sorry about that. So let's, yeah.
We are having a behavioral session at 4 o'clock.
You're having a meeting, huh?
Yeah, behavioral session.
Oh, okay. From 4 till what time, Niharika? I'm sorry.
4 to 6.
Oh, acha. You'll be unavailable, huh?
Yes, Navin.
Oh, okay. Oh, in that case, let me do this. Let me continue tomorrow. Rather than giving the break, since we have only half an hour time, let me complete my evaluation here. Let's continue till 4 and I'll leave you there. Okay, fair enough? Huh?
Yeah, okay, Navin.
And this is for all you guys are all mandatory. Yeah?
Yes, Navin. We already attended class previous Friday.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So give me one moment here.
Sir, there is no holiday tomorrow.
Tomorrow, is it tomorrow or day after tomorrow, buddy?
Tomorrow. Savitri said that tomorrow is holiday, long weekend.
Oh, tomorrow is a holiday. Okay. మనకి పండగ ఇప్పుడు రేపా ఎల్లుండా సంక్రాంతి ఎల్లుండి కదా
రేపటి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ సార్ భోగి
భోగి
Sir, for Sankranti, there is no holiday. For Bogi, only holiday is given for us, I thought. In the timesheet, they given tomorrow is a holiday.
Oh, okay. You guys want a holiday tomorrow?
If it is there, okay. Otherwise,
Okay.
we don't.
Family is also important now, sir. Festival.
Yeah. It's very important, buddy. Culture is very important. Yeah. So yeah, we'll take a holiday. Let me just confirm with Savitri also, buddy. Give me one moment here. Guys, just give me one moment, please. Sorry about that. Just checking with Savitri. I'm talking to Lakshmi. Okay, guys. So let's see, Lakshmi will call me back in a few minutes. In the meantime, what I'll do, sorry about that. In the meantime, let's have a quick assessment here. My screen. Okay. So sharing the screen. Say yes. Oh, no. What I'll do is assessment. Okay, I'll save the assessment. Let me come back here and let's cover a little bit of this one, guys. Maybe assessment, it might be too quick here. Share the screen. Okay. So let's see, one of you who is here, not completed. Okay, Revati, I'll probably take the Viva in the next session. But let's see. Let's go with this one and see what we have. Lavanya, can you come online? Can you just unmute yourself? We'll take a few, we'll take this one here. We'll cover a few questions. Lavanya, are you there? How about Durga Lokesh? Are you there, buddy? Lokesh, are you there? How about Ganesh Chandrala? Ganesh Chandrala, Ganesh Paripalli.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good buddy. Okay, so we'll cover a few questions here, Ganesh. Go ahead and read what we have.
Okay, sir. If you see the Azure Advisor as shown below, the main area recommendations are cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, continue.
A company has a set of resources deployed to Azure. They want to make use of the Azure Advisor tool. Would the Azure Advisor tool give the recommendations on the
Tenancy.
Yes.
Do you see any hint here?
Cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. Okay. Security, reliability, performance.
Is that making sense, Ganesh? Can anybody help Ganesh, guys? Ganesh says yes, and here is a hint. Can anybody take a shot? Can anybody give a hint to Ganesh? What do you think? That's a slightly tough question. Okay. If we go one step ahead, then I think the answer is no. Okay, notice the Azure Advisor, the main area recommendations are cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. Nowhere they are saying tenancy. Tenancy is again, when you have multiple, that's a slightly deeper one, but explicitly they have not yet. They have not specified anywhere tenancy. So that is why the answer is no. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, Ganesh, continue.
Yeah, yes, Naveen. The benefits of using Resource Manager. With Resource Manager, you can manage your infrastructure through declaratives, templates rather than scripts. Deploy, manage, and monitor all the resources for your solution as a group, rather than handling these resources individually. Redeploy your solution throughout the deployment lifecycle and have confidence your resources are deployed in a consistent state. Define the dependencies between resources so they are deployed in the correct order. Apply access control to all services in your resource group because role-based access control in native well integrated to the management platform. Apply tags to resources to logically organize all the resources in your subscription. Clarify your organization's billing by viewing cost for a group of resources sharing the same tag.
Okay, so that's a slightly tough one, Ganesh, but let's see. Come here. Continue.
A company is planning to deploy resources to Azure. Which of the following in Azure provides a platform for defining the dependencies between resources so they are deployed in the correct order? Okay.
If you want, you can read the question silently once or twice more and then see if you can answer. Others also try to give a hint or help to Ganesh, guys.
Naveen, can you put before screen?
And also give a hint, not just answer the question, guys, also give a hint to Ganesh why you are thinking it is that answer. if you can. Ganesh, still thinking, buddy?
Option D, Naveen.
Why do you think it is option D? Any thoughts, Ganesh?
It will be handled by the resource manager, Naveen.
But why are you saying that? The hint is on the screen only, buddy. If you notice here, Azure provides a platform for defining the dependencies between the resources. So they are deployed. If you go back here, notice, define the dependencies between the resources so they are deployed in the correct order. You understand, Ganesh? So there is something, one of their services is defining the dependencies. What is this? That is Azure Resource Manager.
Yeah.
Catching it, Ganesh?
Yes, Naveen.
That's why that is the right one. Okay. Okay, Azure. Oh, okay, go ahead, read it.
Azure Bot Service provides tool to build, test, deploy, and manage intelligent bots, all in one pack of modular and extensible framework provided by SDK, tools, templates, and AI services, DB bots that use speech, understand natural language, handle questions and answers, and more. A company is planning to set up a solution in Azure. The solution would have the following key requirement: provide a digital online assistant that provides speech support. Which of the following would be best suited of this requirement? Option C, Naveen.
Why?
Here, first line is there. Azure Bot Service provides tool to build, test, deploy, and management intelligent tools.
Okay.
Yeah, first line we have hints, Naveen.
That is building, testing, and deploying. But here, they are looking for a digital online assistant that provides speech support. That is not there in the first line, right?
Those are AI services, no, Naveen.
Yeah, they are AI services, but it is not there in the first
The
line,
second
right?
line. I think this is second line.
It is not there in the second line also, right? It's there in the third line, buddy. Bots use speech.
Understand natural language. Okay.
And they're saying digital assistant that provides speech support. That is what is bot service. Catching it? Catching it, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, so let's say, give me one moment here. I'm going to stop the share for one moment. And let's see. So guys, if tomorrow is a holiday, Savitri will confirm. what I will do is let me go ahead and upload these documents for you guys in the drive in our TM folder. So give me one moment here. And let me come back here. I'm uploading both of them, which is our theory part of it, and also our Kubernetes, the complete theory. Save file. If I make any changes, I'll probably also upload that in the coming up days. But for now, let me put this. And I want you guys to spend some time, at least 2 to 3 hours tomorrow and during the holidays, and try to do a little bit of practice of these questions. Questions are very, very important, guys. That is saved. And another one is the questions. I think currently I do have a bunch of questions. These should be good enough. Oh, if I give you the answers, let's say I come back here, I'll save it and just change this into 2 parts. So let's say from here till then, I will remove this one, say save as, let's go part 1, say save as, oops, PDF, save it. Let's come back here, back to the drive, going to the TechM. Say, bring up this one, TM. So QS, this is part 1. Okay, let's see, cloud computing, host and application. Start from back. Kubernetes, understanding, containers, management tools, CDN. Just checking if it is good. Data warehouse, Cosmos. So I put this here. Okay, so this is good. Let me upload this one. Say new file upload. This is the theory part of it, I'm uploading. And next, the questions. Let me come back here. This is part 1. Azure free account, you're planning to set up a free account. So the answers are also here. Cost, Azure Advisor, I think this is where we are right now. Template, let's see this. Resource manager. Okay, uploading this one also. I'll now share the screen. Come here so that you have an idea. Share the screen, save file, upload. That will be the QS part 1. Okay, guys. So make sure step by step you spend some good amount of time on that one. The QS, that is part 1. Part 2, maybe part 3, we'll upload it maybe next week. Guys, okay. So we have 3 minutes here. I think what else is there? Part. Let me come back here. Okay. Okay, guys. So what we'll do, I'll stop it here for today. You guys take care, and If it's a holiday, then it's a holiday tomorrow. Savitri will come back and confirm. Share with Savitri or Swati so that we can access in our company. Okay. So Niharika or Lavanya, I think you already have access to this one, right? The TechM folder.
Yes, sir.
Can you upload it into your common folder within your TechM, this one within your TechM? So that people who don't have access to this G drive can also get it, or maybe you can send a mail to all your group so that everybody has that.
The TM access will be there for everyone in our batch.
The TechM.
Your drive TM access is there for everyone. You already included some other members also.
Very good. Okay.
If anyone is not there, I will share it in the group drive also.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Niharika. Okay.
Naveen,
Okay, sir.
while we open your drive in TechM laptop, we are unable to open it due to firewall issue, Naveen. So I request you to upload those files in the drive which Savitri shared.
Niharika, are you able to upload them? Are you able to access them?
Maybe I can't have access. I mean, able to edit that option. I don't know. Maybe we have or not. I don't know.
No. If Niharika is able to access, others should be able to access it, right?
I'm accessing it from my personal laptop. So they are accessing in company laptops.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I will also try to upload it there, Lavanya. In the meantime, Niharika, you can probably send a mail also, just to be on safe side.
Sir?
Just to be on safe side, you send send email of these documents to them, or the drive thing, so that they can download from their personal location.
Okay, sir. Sir, otherwise we will do on Monday one thing, add our company mails in that TM drive also, so that we can access it in the company laptop. That is the issue, so that we can't able to access in the company laptops.
No, I added your company emails already, right? I gave the permissions first, right?
We have given our Gmails to you, Naveen. That's why.
Personal Gmails are given everyone. Later on, joined December 2nd batch, they given their company mails. So that they can't have
Niharika or maybe Lavanya, can you just put me in the chat window that your company's this thing? I think I do have it somewhere, but just to, instead of searching now, if you can just share it on the chat window, I'll upload it there.
Sure, Naveen.
Thank you. Let me know when you're done. Okay, so let me copy this one. Click on this one. Oh, okay. So these are the assessments. Okay, so let me upload it here. Let's see if I'm able to upload. File upload. Go back to team. It's this one. This one. Come open. Back here. Okay, uploaded. QAS is uploaded. The next one is that is also getting uploaded, guys. Thank you, Lavanya. And how come this one is okay?
Thank you, Naveen.
Sir, I given my Gmail account, sir. Hello, Naveen.
I uploaded in that directory. So you try to access the directory, buddy.
Yes, Naveen, they were uploaded.
Great, thank you. Take Mahendra. Okay, if you guys are clear, you guys can sign off, guys. I think you have some session you said, right? You can continue with that one. This is taken. Fine.
Naveen?
Yeah, buddy.
Previously I shared my Gmail account. Now I shared my TechM mail account. Naveen.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have access to the TechM, huh?
Yeah, I have. In my personal, in my company laptop, there is no access now, right? Gmail.
Some of us have given a personal email IDs, Naveen. We didn't give a tech email IDs.
That's why Naveen uploaded those in Savitri's drive. You guys have access to Savitri's Google Drive, right? Yeah.
Actually, Savitri sharing all to our personal mails, no?
The drive is accessible for our normal Gmails and TechM Gmails, both TechM mails.
Oh, I need to put it in PPT folder, I think. I'm going to move it into the PPT folder. Guys, if you run into any problem, coordinate with Niharika. I'll also share my number just in case you have an issue, but I'm also trying to add his personal emails into this one. Let's see, back here, TechM. Okay, here we go. So share. Okay, Satish Subramanyeshwar, all those emails that you gave, I'm also adding them. One more time, make sure that's TechM. Share it. Paste it. Oops. Delete that. Right to it plus. Okay. Oh yeah, wish you all a happy Sankranti and happy festival, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Do a little bit of studying. Sorry about that. During holidays also, I'm asking you to study. At least 2 to 3 hours, prepare some questions, guys. That will be helpful for you. And Satish and others, I have added your emails to the TechM folder also. Check your Gmail, guys. Because he's not in call right now. Very good. Okay. Lavanya. Okay. Here is Lavanya. Okay. Share it. Paste it. So view it. Send it. Done, Lavanya. Okay, guys. For today, I'll stop it here. You guys continue. And we'll meet again maybe on Monday. But just in case Savitri decides, we'll take tomorrow. Just be prepared, guys. Sorry about that again. Have a happy Sankranti. Signing off for today, guys. Thank you and bye for now. Thank you, guys. Okay.